Testing one, two, three. Testing one, two, three. So wait, they're gonna be facing the other way. Otras soluciones.
Míralo aquí.
Recording in progress.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's great to have everyone here. I'd like to wish everyone a good morning and welcome you to the Tuesday, January 28, 2025 City Commission meeting. As I always state, it's a pleasure to have all of you here, whether you can join us in person or you're watching on TV. There's many opportunities to engage with the commission and make sure that your voice is heard. You can join us via Zoom, you can call in, or you can visit us here to make sure that any guidance or recommendations that you may have in regards to today's commission meeting or an item on the agenda is heard. So before we get started, I'd like to welcome Reverend Jess Williams from the First United Methodist Church of Coral Gables. Good morning. Morning. Sir, it's always a pleasure to have you. God bless you. Thank you for being here with us.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me, Commission and Mayor. If you would join me in a word of prayer this morning. Heavenly God, creator of all the universe and each of us individually, we thank you for your grace and love this morning. We ask that as we come into this room, that you give us the wisdom and the words to speak. Help us to all communicate clearly the will and the path that you are guiding us together as a community on. Help us to continue to make the city beautiful, not only beautiful, but wonderful. Help us to find ways to love each other deeper and better. Help us to find ways to continue to bring not only success, but vibrance to our neighbors and to each other. We thank you that you are always with us. Holy Spirit, we ask that you pour upon us now the discernment and the courage to speak the words that we need to say. Help us to follow our convictions and together find a way forward that is truly not only in your will, but for the best for all. We thank you that you've continued to lay out your grace. We ask that our elected officials have your power and your care and your peace as we continue to do this important work. And we ask that in all of it, we find your peace, your will, and your way. I pray all these things in the great name of God, the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you all.
Reverend, on behalf of the City Beautiful, we thank you for being here. Send our best to your congregation. We look forward to having you once again.
I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Vice Mayor, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Certainly. Put your hand over your heart and let's start. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Moving on to presentations and everything, presentation and protocol documents, item A1.
Let's see if this works. All right. So the first item on the agenda today is the swearing in of our new city manager, Albert Parhus. Albert, please place your right hand over the Bible and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Alberto Parhus,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support,
that I will support,
protect, and defend
protect, and defend
the constitutions and laws of the United States of America,
the constitutions and laws of the United States of America,
the state of Florida,
the state of Florida,
the charter and all ordinances
the charter and all ordinance
of the city of Coral Gables
of the city of Coral Gables
and Miami-Dade County, Florida,
and Miami-Dade County, Florida,
that I am entitled to hold office
that I'm entitled to hold office
under the charter,
under the charter,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
of city manager of the city of Coral Gables,
of
Florida,
the city of Coral Gables, Florida,
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which about to enter.
To my colleagues
To my colleagues,
and to all those I represent and serve,
to my colleagues and all that I do represent and serve,
I pledge fairness,
I pledge fairness,
integrity and civility
integrity, and civility
in all actions taken
in all actions taken
and all communications
and all communications
made by me as a public servant.
made by me as a public servant.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Oh, you got your name tag really fast. Beautiful.
Moving on to item A2. Do we have anyone from staff that's here to present? Item A2. It's the 2024 Holiday Window Contest winners.
I didn't have
Good morning.
an agenda with me. Good morning.
Thank you for being here with us.
I'm Belkis Perez, Economic Development Director for the City of Coral Gables. So every December, we invite all of our merchants in the Central Business District to participate in our Holiday Window Contest. This is a great opportunity for them to use their storefronts to help us basically showcase their creativity and help us decorate the holidays even more. We have 4 categories. The first one is the Community Choice Award, or the People's Choice, and it's exactly that. People got to vote for their favorite decor using a QR code. So for the Community Choice Award winner, John Martin's Irish Pub and Restaurant at 253 Miracle Mile won. I'm not sure if we have a PowerPoint or not. We're bringing it up? Okay. So when we put it up, you'll be able to see that the business did go all out in decorations, and if you walked Miracle Mile, you couldn't miss it. Because it wasn't only their storefront, but they wrapped every single wall that they had in the establishment with gift wrap. So congratulations to them, and the owner, Tony Guerra, should be here. Is he here? He's not here. Okay, so we'll give him his certificate at a later date. So for the next category, we had 3 judges. We had 3 judges, and we had 3 categories left. And I want to thank the judges for visiting the participating merchants and rating them. So they were Juan Riesco, which is our city architect, Jean Kowalski, which is Block by Block's operation manager, and Fernando Ortiz, who's our business community manager here at our department. And for most original and best overall awards, they were won by the same person, and that is the Rose Tree Cottage at 388 Miracle Mile. And if we, hopefully we'll get that PowerPoint up, but if you've passed by there, which they're on the corner of Miracle Mile, and that's John Martin's right there. So great use of their storefront. And then if we go to the next slide, you'll be able to see Rose Tree Cottage. And so what's interesting about them is that they design and they construct all of their props. So that's, every year they do the same thing, and it's really a great place to take a picture. So today we have Josie and Alger Esquizarrola. He's not here either? Okay, sorry about that. We'll give them their award later on. And then for best use of lights goes to Costa Azul at 160 Giralda. They did a great job of decorating their storefronts for the holidays, but they used some brand colors to tie it all together. And the owners of that space are Vanessa and Manuel Vargas, which I don't believe they're here either. No, okay. Well, I wanted you to see them and the spaces because they help us expand our decorations every year. So thank you.
Thank you, Belkis.
Belkis, thank you very much, as always. You're doing a great job. And I'd also like to commend what you do and what your team does in regards to all the city buildings, especially the Fink Studio looks amazing. It's never looked better, so congratulations on all the decorations. Great work. Moving on to item A3.
Morning, Commissioners, Mayor. If I would like to have join me, our operator of the second quarter.
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning. On Monday, April 7th, 2024, at approximately 1:52 in the afternoon, Operator LaWanda Isaac was working our call taker position number 1. She received a call from a female who told her that she had a 4-year-old daughter. She was home alone and believed an epileptic seizure was coming upon her. During this call, Operator Isaac showed unbelievable dedication, but also used all of the skills necessary to keep someone calm in this situation. While explaining to the operator that she had doubled her medication to try and avoid the onset of the epileptic seizure, and the daughter's father was not there, she was scared because of her 4-year-old daughter that was with her. She continued to plead on the call with Operator Isaac that she was worried about her daughter's safety if, in fact, the seizure was supposed to go in full. Continuing throughout the call, Operator Isaac reassures her by saying help is on the way. While doing this and talking to the individual, she was dispatching the appropriate police and fire responses. After approximately 3.5 minutes of the conversation, she got the female to lay down on the floor and talked her through it, as well as getting on the phone with her 4-year-old daughter and reassuring her daughter as well while her consciousness state kind of lapsed. As she was talking to the daughter and asking her questions, watching out over her mother, the daughter could hear the sirens coming. Operator Isaac responded, "There, you hear? They're coming." After a few minutes, she actually heard the firefighters go in and save her mommy, quote unquote. It's because of her performances beyond commendable. She managed to assist the caller not during a highly stressful situation to stay calm, but also reassuring her that help is on the way. It's her dedication like this that we do every day in the communications section. And because of this, she was nominated and received the Operator of the Second Quarter 2024, LaWanda Isaac.
Really didn't prepare anything, but I really do appreciate the recognition. My coworkers, we work hard every day to make sure that we have the best outcome with every call, with every officer, with every firefighter. So, thank you.
Mayor, do you want to do the pictures now, or would you rather wait until we do all the other two?
Let's do them all, then we'll come up and we'll do them at one time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, Commissioners, with your indulgence, I'd like to introduce to you Officer David Grigg. David Grigg is the detective of the fourth quarter who was nominated. Detective Grigg, who works in our economic crimes area, in the fourth quarter had an exceptional performance that came in light during a crucial investigation. When I talk about specific credit card thefts of all of us have been victim to at one time or another, Detective Grigg went above and beyond. In this case, spread throughout the country. His sophisticated card scamming scheme for an individual that had successfully identified and extradited from Denver, Colorado, and was booked into Miami-Dade County Jail. The individual was initially prosecuted in Colorado in 2016 for fraud violations. After entering the U.S. illegally from Romania, the individual defrauded numerous bank customers across Colorado and other states after using credit card scheming devices. This led to his conviction for bank fraud and federal prison sentence, after which ICE deported him back to Romania. In February 2023, he returned illegally and re-entered the United States and reassumed to defraud citizens of Florida through another sophisticated scheming. On April 19th, 2023, he placed a skimmer at an ATM here in Solvus Bank in Coral Gables. Before law enforcement could apprehend him, he fled and continued his criminal activities in other parts of Florida. Detective Grigg took over the investigation shortly thereafter, employing facial recognition, other techniques to identify the subject as the perpetrator. He then obtained an arrest warrant, issued detailed be on the lookout description alerts to fellow law enforcement agencies. He was eventually contacted by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Colorado, as well as where the individual was finally taken into custody. His investigative work cleared cases in Lake County Sheriff's Office, the U.S. Marshals, Leesburg Police Department, New York State Police Department, all benefited from Detective Grigg's findings. which were critical in building their cases. Furthermore, his contributions provided the U.S. Attorney's Office in Colorado the essential evidence to pursue supervised release violations under his federal case. Detective Grigg graciously returned over to Colorado and testified in the trials against the individual, which led to a credible, unshaken performance in the examination, and thanks to his meticulous investigation, a compelling testimony, the chief judge found that the individual violated his supervised release and sentenced him to an additional 9 months in federal prison. From the nominator, Detective Grigg's dedication, exceptional work, and willingness to travel to Colorado to support the federal case were instrumental in achieving the positive outcome. His professionalism, thoroughness, and positive demeanor make him an outstanding representative of the Coral Gables Police Department. As we know, economic crimes are touching everybody, and we are not immune to that at all here in Coral Gables. It's because of his work and the work of all of our detectives that they are recognized, and we keep our crime rates as low as they are, and we help our victims when they are victimized. It's because of his great work he is awarded Detective of the Fourth Quarter for the Police Department.
Always prepared, right?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I extend my sincere gratitude to the Commission, Award Selection Committee, and Chief Hudak. Thank you to Major Athley, Lieutenant Lance, and Sergeant Garcia for their exceptional leadership. I'd like to take a moment to express my deep appreciation for my fellow detectives in the Criminal Investigation Division, especially my partners in the Economic Crimes Unit. It has been a privilege to work alongside such dedicated individuals and learn from their expertise every day. Special thanks to Colorado United States Attorney Tim Neff and Department of Homeland Security Agent David Lauber. Without their assistance, the offender in this case would never have been transported back to Miami-Dade County to face justice for the crimes they committed here in Coral Gables. Finally, I want to acknowledge and thank my wife and family who provide unwavering support and serve as the bedrock of my life. Thank you all.
Chief, I'd just like to add, because I had experience with your Criminal Investigation Division, their dedication will help stop and did help stop one that had stolen a check from my mortgage and my insurance payment, $8,000 check. If we catch these perpetrators early on, they are repeat offenders, as you described, and we save many other people the hardship that they go through when someone does something like fishing the checks out of the mailbox and committing fraud to get them cashed. So my personal thank you to you as well for the efforts you've made on behalf of all of our residents.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mayor, Commissioners, with your indulgence, I'd like to bring forward Officer Peter Hernandez. Officer Peter Hernandez is part of our crime suppression team, which started last year. At approximately 1:20 in the morning, while working in his crime suppression detail, Officer Hernandez observed an offender wearing a black hoodie, black pants, riding an electric scooter, carrying a black shoulder bag, traveling westbound around the intersection of Southwest 8th Street and Cortez. After the individual matched the description of a previous burglary suspect that we were looking for in the north end of the city, Officer Hernandez continued to observe the individual and surveil him in his unmarked car. After a few minutes, he was joined by fellow members Christopher Hernandez and Melanie Azalte, and continued to surveil the individual. At one point, a decision was made to stop the individual. When the officers used their unmarked cars' marked lights, the individual decided to try and evade them on the scooter. Eventually, the subject was taken into custody without incident. However, during the small pursuit, if you want to say it, on the scooter, the individual dropped the bag that he was having as well as some other items. After the subject was taken into custody, the detectives, as well as Officer Hernandez, backtracked everything else. What was found was a bag containing suspected cocaine, additional bag containing another 8 pills, clear bag suspected methamphetamine, a 40 caliber magazine loaded with 40 caliber bullets, as well as later on a gun was loaded, a loaded black gold Taurus gun was also recovered. It just goes to show what's on our streets every day, and these fine men and women that work in our department put up and stop before they before our residents become victims. Officer Hernandez has continually shown this kind of dedication, along with the rest of his team, and along with the rest of the officers that are out there every day, and the detectives every day as well. It is my pleasure to introduce to you, or to announce, that he is the Officer of the Month for May 2023.
Good morning, sir. Congratulations.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Lago, Vice Mayor Anderson, Commissioner Menendez, Commissioner Castro, and Commissioner Fernandez for taking the time to recognize members of the Coral Gables Police Department. I'm grateful for the nomination and for being selected for Officer of the Month by the Awards Committee. All the credit goes to the men and women of the crime suppression team as a whole, comprising of Sergeant Antonio Alaman, Sergeant Christopher Hernandez, Officer Melanie Alzate, and Officer Joshua De Leon, and myself. The hard work and dedication and collective efforts of each member results in outcomes such as this. I would also like to thank the detectives of our Special Investigations Section and our crime scene unit who were called in and assisted with the investigation. I would like to thank the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Robbery Interdiction Detail, in addition to the City of Miami's Tactical Robbery Unit. The training, techniques, and intelligence sharing practices learned from our neighboring agencies has made a direct impact on the development and effectiveness of our unit as a whole. I also want to thank Chief Hudak, Assistant Chief Hanlon, and Major Hoff for their continued support of the crime suppression team and our efforts in addressing crime trends in the city of Coral Gables by providing the necessary tools, training, and resources to be successful. Thank you.
Item A7, congratulations to Matthew Gonzalez, Community Recreation Department recipient of the Part-Time Employee of the Fourth Quarter Award for 2024. Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. So Jose Rodriguez, Assistant HR Director. It's my pleasure today to finish out the employee recognitions for today. I'm announcing the last couple winners for the 2024 calendar year. So for our part-time employee of the quarter for the fourth quarter of 2024, we have Matthew Gonzalez. Matthew, I actually personally nominated him. That's why I wanted to come up and present him. So a couple weeks ago, I had my son's birthday at Salvadori Park. As I'm setting up for the birthday party, I have this young guy comes up. Hello, I'm Matthew. I'm working the park today. If you need anything, let me know. And as we go setting up, he checks in on us a couple times. But as we're having the birthday party, we're there for a couple hours. As we're having the birthday party, Matthew never sat down. He walked that park circles where people from the party were coming up to us like, hey, did anybody notice this guy? He never sat down for the entire time, checking in all the trash cans, bathrooms, super attentive, super detailed. Made my personal experience at the park and my son's birthday wonderful. So I nominated him. He sat before the committee and he was selected as part-time employee of the quarter. So I'd like to call up Matthew to be recognized.
Good morning.
Morning.
Sorry,
Good morning,
I'm a little
sir.
nervous.
Morning.
I just wanted to start off by saying how honored I am to have been selected for this award. I wanted to say thank you to my supervisors for selecting me. Fred Cusero, Community Recreation Director, Anna Hanna, Jose, Cassidy, and Darren, Venetian Pool Supervisors, Carolina Vester, Deputy Director, and I couldn't have gotten here without the help of my supervisors. I wanted to thank God for the fact that I haven't needed to save more than one person at the Venetian Pool. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous.
You're doing great.
Thank you. I wanted to thank the firefighters down at Station 2 for showing me the job opportunity of becoming a lifeguard for the Venetian Pool. I wanted to thank my family for supporting me every step of the way, and I wanted to thank all of the lifeguards for making every shift a good shift. This award means so much to me because of my aspirations to one day become a doctor. Being a City of Coral Gables lifeguard and a Coral Gables fire cadet placed me in positions to fulfill my life's mission, to impact people's lives. I thank you all for this recognition, and I hope to see you all at the Venetian Pool once it reopens. Thank you.
Colleagues, if you would indulge me after this award, if we could take a picture with Tony Guerra. He's from John Martin's, from the Christmas window winner. Mayor and Commissioners, so we have Tony Guerra here from John Martin's. He won the Community Choice Award. And we have Angel Esquijarosa, which is the owner of Rose Tree Cottage, who won Best Overall Award and Most Original Award.
Mr. Mayor, if I may take a point of personal privilege, I'd like to wish a happy birthday to Carolina Vester, our Community Recreation Deputy Director. She does a lot for our city, and I think being here on her birthday, it's an opportunity that we have to thank her for everything she's done for our city.
Happy birthday.
All right, so A7 is our final winner for the Employee of the Year, or Employee of the Month. He will now be put in the running for the Employee of the Year for 2024. From the Public Works Department, Green Space Division, we have Alexander Bustelo.
The entire fan club is here, I see.
Don't go anywhere. We got the whole gang here today. Alex, who doesn't know Alex in Public Works? He's been with the city Public Works Department for 8.5 years. He's instrumental in keeping it functional, clean, and green, right? He keeps it going. He's the team leader for almost every division in Public Works. He's always there to pitch in and get her done, right? He's the get her done guy. So he worked in sewers, he worked in solid waste, and for 2 years, I'm proud to have him in green space. And currently in green space, he works, he's a foreman for all the historic landmarks. He's got a very important job for landscaping. He does City Hall, the area around City Hall, the historic entrances, the Merrick House. That's just a few of them. So Alex, I know you have your whole team here and you have your family here, so thank you for all coming out and supporting him, and you can say some words. Be nice.
Good morning.
Morning, my friend.
Good morning.
I didn't write anything down. First and foremost, I want to thank God. Wouldn't be here without him. My family, my team. Thank all of you. I've had the opportunity to work with most of you at one point or another. Billy, Alberto, Lago, Ariel, Kirk, Melissa, and of course, my favorite, Rhonda. Thank you for this opportunity. This means the world to me. The city has been nothing but great to me. And this gift is, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. This Employee of the Month is not only for me. I couldn't do it without my team. If it wasn't for them, honestly, I wouldn't be standing here. I lead them, and they make me look good. So this is for everybody. You know, this is for my whole team, my whole division. Stanley, thank you so much for everything that you've always done. You're always supporting me. Dina, you're always behind me. You're always giving me ideas and keeping me going. So thank you to all of you. This is for all of us, guys.
So before we take a quick picture, you mentioned how you lead, right? I think one of the things that you do is lead by example. And I'll give you a quick story. So this morning, I think it was Monday or Friday morning, I was up early with a resident. I think it was probably 7:30 in the morning. I was taking him to the building department to address an issue with the building director. And as I was in the building department, the young lady who works as a security guard said, she asked me, come here, I want to show you something. I want to show you how beautiful the flowers and the landscaping is turning out. And like always, I see you outside. We have a moment of pleasantry where we discuss a little bit about what's happening in the city, stuff that you're working on. And as always, the sense of pride and leading by example. Before I left, you made sure to tell me, oh, by the way, this is not done yet. I got to come back. I got to do this. I got to do this. I got to take care of this. I'm going to pressure clean the area. I'm going to make sure that we address everything and leave everything buttoned up before the weekend comes, to put our best foot forward here in the city. That's not the first time that happens. That happens every time, and it happens with all your guys. Your guys take an immense amount of pride here in the city through the leadership of Dina. and all the entire team. So, like you said, you lead, but it's not about just giving orders.
No.
You roll your sleeves up. Every time I see you, your hands are dirty. You tell me, hey, I can't shake your hand, and what do?
You give me a hug.
I give you a hug. Because at the end of the day, I see people like you and like the guys in your department. And, to me, coming from construction, I have a lot of pride in those type of guys. Those are the type of people, when I mean guys, I mean women and men.
Yes.
But those are the type of people that are out there making it happen, sweating in the sun. They put the beautiful in the city beautiful. So at the end of the day, you deserve this award. Your entire team deserves this award, not just today, but every month.
Thank you.
Because you really, really, really define what the City Beautiful stands for. So I want to congratulate Alex. You're an exceptional leader, and your team does an amazing, amazing job. So thank you for allowing me the privilege to know you and be friends with you. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry. I hope you don't kill me. I couldn't do this also without my wife. She's here, and thank you. Yeah, you do a lot for me and the family, and you're the head of the family, I wouldn't be here also without you. God and you. I love you.
Alex, I think that one of the things that most impresses me about you is, regardless of the time of day, you have a smile on your face, and you're happy to be here doing your job. There's a slogan that was used by Bustelo for many years, and every time I see you, it reminds me of that slogan, which was, si es Bustelo, tiene que ser bueno. This guy's one of the best. Your team is phenomenal. We're grateful for all the work that you all put in. You put in the beautiful in City Beautiful. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Thank you. Bring the whole team, stand. Come on. Let's not be shy, guys. Yes, 100%. Got a lot of trees back there. Yeah. We get in the back.
That little one is adorable. Can't bottle it, though. Can't bottle it. They grow up. Yeah.
As we close the presentation of protocol documents, item A9, presentation by the Coral Gables Museum has been deferred to the next commission meeting. We have no approval of minutes. Public comment.
Mr. Mayor, first speaker this morning is Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Good morning. Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. This is a glorious day in the city of Coral Gables. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. It is a wonderful day. I would like to do something nice today. I would like to thank what is now called the Community Recreation Department that will always be Parks and Recreation to the old timers, because now that I know how to use social media, It's wonderful how they keep us informed of what's going on. It was very, very interesting to see the progress of Venetian Pool. You know, there's never, ever something going on that is Parks and Recreation related that the community does not know about, that they do not see how wonderful we are and what good job they do. It's amazing. I think the department should be commended because they do keep us informed. And I still miss Coral Gables TV because we do not get the same benefit from, I guess we still have a communications department, but we don't get the same. People keep asking me, what's going on with City Hall? When I was driving today, I saw a construction fence. I saw things there. People want to know what's going on. Show me the progress. But that we don't get to see because I guess we don't want to show. Thank you and have a wonderful time.
Jackson Holmes.
Greetings. Thank you all so much. I've learned a lesson here. The people at home are on that camera, and I have great additional news on free energy. I mean, phenomenal news. Do you have the first video there, the short one?
Mr. Holm, I'm not sure if it's the first or the second, but I can try sharing it.
All right, it says, yeah, go ahead. That's it. That's it.
See it now is quite real. Are you surprised to hear yourself saying this? Very much. I never thought I'd say that.
And we've found that the Pentagon is saying it too. The Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, known as DARPA, did its own analysis, and we obtained this internal memo that concludes there is, quote, no doubt that anomalous excess heat is produced in these experiments.
Do you feel vindicated after all these years?
Okay, so this is a game changer. We have the United States Defense Department, DARPA, that they just cited there, and that's on 60 Minutes, right? This changes the burden of proof on free energy. DARPA, there's nobody that compares with DARPA. These people are mind blowers, and they know what they're saying. They decided to release this. And I think it's like a cookie crumb for us to pick up and take to the touchdown. What can I say here? There's a second video. DARPA, I'm telling you, you at home, if you don't know about DARPA, study them. They invented the internet. They invented GPS. They've invented things that are just absolutely mind-blowing. And so the burden of proof now is on anyone who doubts the existence of free energy. I see I got a few more seconds here. I have a second tape. Is it available?
Sure.
Okay, so this is where my friend, John Hutchison, is levitating like a steel ball. You see it? And it's almost amazing that DARPA's research, I mean, these people are so advanced. If I said what DARPA has done, I would lose credibility because you'd say it's impossible. And yet, the friend of my friend, John Hutchison, his experiments they're parallel to DARPA. Take it to the bank. The burden of proof has changed. If DARPA tells us, which they just did, that there's free energy, then anyone who doubts it has to argue with the United States government. Thanks.
Thank you.
Lynn Bluestein.
Good morning.
Lynn Bluestein, 4330 Southwest 15th Street. First, I would like to wish everyone a healthy new year. It seems that the word to best describe the mood of both nationwide and local voters is change. The November 2024 election proved it is evident that citizens want change. And it is evident that the tax-paying residents of Coral Gables also want change. That change can manifest in a few different ways. In the August 20th election, a majority of Coral Gables tax-paying residents overwhelmingly voted no to the straw ballot question regarding the annexation of Little Gables, meaning they do not want Little Gables to be annexed into Coral Gables. In November of 2023, it was estimated that the cost of annexing Little Gables would cost the city $23,594,000 over just the first 5 years, with no guarantee of ever breaking even. Since I doubt that number has decreased, I'm sure your residents would like to know if it has increased. And if it has, what would the new amount be? The tax-paying residents of Coral Gables do not want to spend over $24 million on the annexation of Little Gables. They want the services they need, deserve, and pay for to be delivered to them. If those of you who are up for re-election are re-elected to your present offices, would you proceed to apply for the annexation of Little Gables to Miami-Dade County? Do you intend to defy and overturn the will of your tax-paying citizens? I am sure that the voting residents of Coral Gables would like an answer to this question, so I hope you will answer it now. And thank you very much.
Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Moving on to consent agenda.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda? If not, may I please have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item E1.
E1 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code, Article 5, Architecture, Section 5-200, Mediterranean Standards, Article 3, Uses, Section 3-402, Restrictions related to location, and Article 16, Definitions, to enhance the quality of Coral Gables Mediterranean design by requiring a conceptual design review, removing duplicative criteria, relocating inapplicable standards, supplementing existing criteria, and including additional Mediterranean building examples, providing for severability, repeater, codification, and for an effective date.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jennifer Garcia, Planning and Zoning Director. So after the first reading in December, we discussed about the zoning conceptual review by Planning and Zoning. That was also on this agenda in first reading. But I do have one PowerPoint slide to bring up to kind of illustrate what the intent of this update to the criteria for Mediterranean design standards is going to do. If I could have that PowerPoint, please. It's just one slide. Yeah, so on the left, you can see the commission. Okay, there we go. Good, perfect, thank you. So you remember the project on University and Ponce Leon and how in 2022 it had a more modern Mediterranean design look to it, and how that was not well received by the community. And then the developer went back, he hired a new architect, entirely new staff, and he developed a more pleasing, more Mediterranean-looking building. And that was very well received by the community. They were even here at City Hall asking the commission to approve this building because they liked the look of it so much more than the original design. So this is kind of showing that our standards that we have today, that are in place today, are more subjective, and what you're hopefully going to vote on today to change it is going to be more regulatory, more clear, more Mediterranean-based. That's all I have.
So a couple comments. This was a long journey to get here. That slide, because it's just two pictures put side by side, this did not also reflect that the height of the new building was shorter than the one that was pictured that looks like a wedge of cheese in the way I describe it. But it was a long journey of listening to the residents. It was something that the developer learned must be done. And in listening to the residents, that's what this particular code change did as well. It took over 2 years of listening, comments, and modifications by residents as well as the Board of Architects, and yielding what was necessary to get the type of result that you saw in Alan Morris's building, the end result that was applauded and embraced and loved by the community. Listening is important. We've done that in this revision of the Mediterranean design. Many of the things that points were given for to get, the 2 additional floors no longer exist. Those were taken out. You're no longer going to get points for prerequisites, such as bicycle racks. That's just required for all buildings that meet these requirements. So I'm hoping that this is one of these items that this entire commission can embrace and that we can move forward and have better buildings in the future, better quality, higher quality, and something that reflects what the residents want. So if no one else has any comment, I'd like to move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Mayor, I have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item.
Okay.
Mrs. Maria Cruz. Okay. Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
Moving on to item E3.
E3 is an ordinance of the City Commission requesting amendments to the text and maps of the City of Coral Gables Comprehensive Plan pursuant to expedited state review procedures and Zoning Code Article 14 Process, Section 14-213 Comprehensive Plan Text and Map Amendments to update as a result of the city's evaluation and appraisal report the minimum planning periods and sewer requirements, as well as amendments to certain goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan, providing for repealer provision, providing for severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Good morning again, Jennifer Garcia, Planning and Zoning Director. I have a PowerPoint slide, PowerPoint presentation for this one as well. We could pull that up. So these are amendments that are required by the state, basically, for our comprehensive plan. Perfect. So the timeline of our comprehensive plan back when it was first adopted in 1980, as required by the state to have a comprehensive plan, that one was very simple compared to what we have today. And what we have today is more similar to what was adopted in 1988, the comprehensive plan of 1989, which you see more of our 3 tiers of building heights, the low rise, mid rise, high rise, and a lot of our policies and objectives we have today is originating from that comprehensive plan in 1989. So you can see that there have been some significant changes, and a lot of those are year-based amendments. So an EAR is an evaluation appraisal report. It's required by the state of Florida and our state statutes to occur every 7 years. And at the 7-year mark, we comb through our comprehensive plan and we see what needs to be updated per state statutes. And so in this year amendment, we're looking at 2 main requirements by the state that are required to be inserted or updated into our comprehensive plan. The first one is planning horizons. So they changed that to be the short-term planning period from 5 years to now be 10 years, and then a 10-year long-term planning period to be 20 years. So we need to update that in our comprehensive plan to be consistent with state statutes. The second one is the sewer feasibility. And as you know, we don't treat our own sewer here. We're relying on Miami-Dade County to do all the facility. So what we're doing, as based on conversations with the state reviewer, is to coordinate with the Miami-Dade County on making sure that we comply with this state statute. So in, let's see, Exhibit A, I believe in your packet, is the ordinance that shows these minor amendments to our comprehensive plan. And Exhibit B is actually a data inventory analysis report. And here it shows how we've been doing basically in the last 10 to 15 years in the city of Coral Gables. So we reference revised studies, we reference new historic districts, we look at how we're using all the acres in our city and what uses we're using on those different types of land uses. And then going through this, we've also looked at the National Community Survey results of last year, well, end of the 2023 last year, and looking at those results to see how the community is actually seeing what we've been doing and how we've been able to implement a lot of our policies and objectives of our comprehensive plan in our city. And it came with interesting results. The results, of course, you can read thoroughly in our city website, but it did have interesting results as far as the city overall thinks we're in good standing, a good rating, and they also suggested opportunities such as better, more variety of housing options in our city. And then lastly, we conducted a tax revenue model of our city. So this is a view of the model looking east. So you have Flagler section and North Ponce in our downtown on the left side, and then you have Cocoa Plum and Snapper Creek on the right side. And this is showing how our existing development patterns are performing in our city. This is just looking at the higher economic potent parts of our city, which are illustrated in purple and red, dark red, and our less economically valuable properties shown in our greens and light greens. And showing that all of our development and all of our redevelopment, basically in our city, is working well. We don't have commercial areas that are not performing or giving us tax value back. So this was a very interesting study. The highest one, of course, you can see is Gables Columbus Center, which is just down the street. The Sophia, which is diagonal right here, right next to us, as well as Merrick Manor and Alhambra Towers, are the most highest tax value. So in summary, there are some very, very minor amendments to our comprehensive plan. Again, updating the planning periods per state statutes, removing some outdated references to the 2007 zoning code rewrite. You can imagine that happened many years ago. So there's no point in referencing to those dates, as well as updating certain policies and target dates based on state requirements. That's where that sewer, coordinating with sewer requirement comes into play. As well as revising some outdated references of Florida state statutes. So we have a very clean working document that we can reference to correct parts of state statutes. And also revising our recreation open space goals, objectives, and policies. Based on our staff, new parks have been acquired. We are now managing our Coral Gables Country Club as well. And then also updating historic resources districts maps and a couple of those policies as well. Like I said, there are 2 map amendments associated, part of this review. And the first one is historic resources to basically add in the Coral Way Historic District, and then recreation open spaces to add in 5 additional parks that we've acquired since the last time we've updated this, which was I think 5 years ago or so. So comprehensive plan text and map amendments do comply with the findings of fact, which is located in the staff report part of your packet. The standards in our zoning code is satisfied with these amendments, and we do recommend to transmit this to the state for their review before coming back for second reading. That's it. Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you for all the hard work. This is a lot of detail. I know it took a lot of time to do it. I'm happy to move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving to E4 and E5.
E4 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables official zoning code by amending Article 14 process, Section 14-212 zoning code text and map amendments, and Section 14-213 comprehensive plan text and map amendments to create a conceptual review by the Planning and Zoning Board for applications proposing land use or zoning changes prior to the preliminary Board of Architects approval, and providing for repeated provisions of severability clause codification and providing for an effective date. E5 will not be on for consideration at this time, but I will read it. It will be considered if E4 is adopted on second reading at a subsequent meeting. E5 is a resolution of the City Commission amending ordinance number 2015-17 as amended to create a Planning and Zoning Board zoning conceptual review fee, providing for severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Good morning again. Deborah Garcia, Planning and Zoning Director. This is a follow-up, basically, on our discussion back in December about requiring a conceptual zoning review by our Planning and Zoning Board. As suggested by this commission, we did meet with the Planning and Zoning Board with these changes to the process for land use and zoning changes. We did have a representative from the Board of Architects there at that meeting for them to be able to discuss their point of view and their feedback with actual Planning and Zoning Board. So before you today was recommended approval, I believe unanimously. No, I'm sorry, 5-2 approval for this change. So as you can see on the PowerPoint here, the middle timeline is a site plan approval that involves the architecture and the proposed building and the public meetings. The one on the bottom, which you probably can't see very well because there's text in the way, but you can see that the planning, the PZB conceptual zoning review is going to be the first step in the change of land use and zoning before it goes to Planning and Zoning Board, which you can't see because behind that text. So again, these are two separate processes in our zoning code, or two separate processes anyway, because it's a site plan versus a change of land use and zoning. And that's the way it's addressed in the zoning code. So we're not trying to crisscross and tie up these two processes, and that's why they're separated. So as discussed with the Board of Architects and also the Planning and Zoning Board, they recommend that the Planning and Zoning Board conceptual review happen before the conceptual review by the Board of Architects to review the change of land use and zoning before the building actually goes to the Board of Architects.
So I have a simple slide, and I'm going to explain a little bit how we got here. And it does involve, again, listening to the residents. Before I've ever done any major change in zoning, I've had like a sunshine meeting with a conceptual review, and I'm going to ask Mr. Yukiya to bring up this simple hand drawing that I did to in one of the presentations. It's an effort. Let's see. It needs to be turned. You have it on its side. So if we can turn it to where the top of the building is there. This goes back a couple of years. We had the industrial area that we have right now, our design and development area, where the existing building is what appears to be a green box. And you see a dashed line and some trees at the bottom there. That's what was allowed by our zoning code to be built. Developer came to me and said, listen, I'd like to allow some green space, but I want to do some more height. Their original request was for 35 feet in the way of more height, or 37 and a half more feet in the way of height. What was actually approved was 17 and a half feet, which is basically three of me standing on top of each other. We had a meeting, we had a sunshine meeting. The mayor showed up, I showed up, and we went out and we listened to the residents. There were some boards with this type of diagram on it, and it showed what were the possibilities were. Are you willing to have a little taller building in order to gain some green space? So the dashed line is an indication of that 17 and a half more feet of height. Half of that FAR, half of that box is what was put on top of the building. The dashed line on the top of that building shows what residents didn't approve, and it wasn't approved for building purposes. This new conceptual review process formalizes this same type of thing that happened at that sunshine meeting. Let's listen to the residents. Let's see if they want these types of zoning changes done in order to get a benefit for their area. I want a park. I want trees. I want shade. I want a nice place where I can enjoy myself as opposed to wall cement. That particular site was previously permitted for a hotel from lot line to lot line, from sidewalk to sidewalk. They now will have a shaded park with 3 existing trees being moved from that site, mature trees, down there into that park. This is the type of thing that this conceptual review process can allow people to see. I know there was some discussion during the planning and zoning meeting about doing 3D build-outs or 3D drawings versus 2D drawings. This is an example where a 2D drawing works just fine. I've tried 3D drawings. My husband is one of those folks that just cannot grasp 3D drawings. It doesn't work for everybody. So, that piece of how to present, I think, is a discretionary action that staff can make that determination, what is going to demonstrate for folks the benefits and the, distractions or the non-benefits of doing a particular change. Here, the only people that know the difference between the height of that particular 17.5 feet are probably the pigeons that roost on top, because there's a setback involved on a building. In the meantime, there's going to be a plaza, an area for people to enjoy. So I'm glad that we're going to be able to get this codified for every zoning change that there is. There's a choice that people can make, and they can see what it's going to look like through drawings like this, or more graphic drawings, or even 3D models when necessary, based upon what staff feels is necessary to show that, and people have a choice in the future. So the appropriate time to do that is before everybody has to spend a ton of time, the residents or the developers, in developing a large set of plans. Because the last thing we want people to do is get entrenched or baked in on a particular design, and then we'd have less flexibility in the future. So I'm hoping this is something that, again, that we can have full support for going forward, so the residents will have more participation in this process where there's zoning changes requested. Okay? I'll move it if anybody wants to second.
I'll second.
Well, can I say something?
Absolutely.
Since I got elected, I've been working on reducing the permitting time when you go for permitting, and the only thing that gives me a little heartburn is adding another step to this process. I think it's a great idea what you're proposing, phenomenal. I would like to know if you would accept the friendly amendment of doing it for properties over 20,000 square feet.
No.
Why is that?
Why is that? Because there's height differences and choices that residents need to make. If you're going for these types of changes, and this has been a process that's been going for 4 years for me to get here. I think if you're doing that type of a zoning change, it needs to be something that's just noticed. It's not going to be any skin off of anybody to go and do this type of a diagram and show people what they're planning. It's going to take you 30 more days.
If I may, Madam Vice Mayor, this is not currently law. That's why we're here today. But this has already been applied. And I can give you 5 examples in the downtown where before any of my colleagues were on the commission, we were negotiating this to ensure that we would go from having 1 open space in the downtown to having 5 additional open spaces. It's already been applied, and it works. I can give you multiple examples from Armando Godina's building, which is an additional 17 feet, which gives you the neighboring park next door, to the John Marquez project on Sevilla, which gives you a 15,000 square foot park, to the project in front of Nordstrom's, which is going to give you, I think it's about a 6,000 square foot park or so, 5,500 to 6,000. Please feel free to correct me.
5,000, yeah.
Yeah, 5,000, perfect. That's why you're here, and I appreciate that. Publix is a little bit of a different scenario. We're having a 20,000 square foot park there, but we were able to, over 4 years, work with the developer to ensure that those projects were deeded over to the city. And one that was actually completed already is the Via Valencia project, which has a little bit of a taller building by 1 floor, but at the end of the day, you end up with, I think it's like an 8,000 square foot park on the corner. These examples already exist. They've been applied. You will see these parks, except for the Via Valencia one because it's already done, start popping up all over our downtown. I think it adds value. It increases property values. I think it adds value in regards to quality of life. Hopefully our downtown becomes more residential, which I think is great. It gives people an opportunity to really enjoy our downtown, especially if we have animals, dogs, opportunities for children to play. They don't have to go to Pond Circle Park, which is a difficult location, or to the youth center. You can go to a nice park in your own backyard. So I'm in favor of this. I think it's smart. I think it's great to codify it and provide it as an option so that people can see the difference between what's allowed by the code and what we could potentially do that would open up some green space on the first floor. At the end of the day, it's an option just to be able to visualize what we have before you. And correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Vice Mayor, it just provides other options so you can see where we stand.
Yes, it does provide other options, and through the discourse with residents, we can get the best option that makes their neighborhood a nicer place to live.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm happy you added that because those 5 projects that we just talked about that are additional, that add additional parks, which are, by the way, are deeded to the city. That's an increase in value for the city, number one. And number two, we came to those agreements in regards to height and the park location, the amenities, through discussions with the residents and getting approvals from the residents. So I don't see an issue. I think it's great to be able to put things more into context and understand what we're offering and what can be offered in the scenario. Or if not, we just go setback to setback. If the residents don't want it, we go back with what's allowed in the zoning code and just go setback to setback, in my opinion. I think it's a good opportunity.
So, Madam Vice Mayor, I want to make sure that we're clear on what we're voting on, because I think there's a little misunderstanding. This is not about green space. This is about adding a conceptual review and planning and zoning so that there's that additional option for the developer to present their projects so that planning and zoning can kind of give their comments early and residents have an additional space or opportunity to give their comments. We're not talking about green space. That's something that has been contemplated, and it still has not, it has been approved on projects, and the mayor is correct. We have 5 projects that have approved it, and they will be enhancing our ability, but what we're discussing here today is about conceptual review.
If I may, Madam Vice Mayor, if you would be so kind just to put up the diagram that the Vice Mayor provided. What I'm providing for you is what is the outcome, the potential outcome of having this conversation. So if you look to the Vice Mayor's conversation and to her drawing, you can see that the existing building rights, the setback to setback, and the approved versus not approved. And you see the trees on the right-hand side. The goal, while this legislation is about giving more conversations, the end goal here is to try to have as much green space on the first floor. That is what I believe sets our city apart and will add value. And that's why I'm considering this legislation that the Vice Mayor is providing as something that is of value to the city beautiful, and we should add it to the building code. While this legislation obviously does not provide green space, what it does is hopefully in the outcome of the conversation, continue to add not just 5, but 10, 15 large, significant swaths of grass, shade to our downtown, which is, again, very much needed. That's my intent.
So I'm gonna go back in time for you. Before I was a commissioner, I was a regular resident, Villa Valencia, 3 blocks from my home. We went through this process. We pushed back on the developer. We were at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, my neighbors, okay? And we stood there and we opposed the project. It was lot line to lot line, very big building. We wanted green space, okay? That's what we asked for, and that's what we got without this legislation. But because we were such an engaged set of residents, and I was proactively involved with my neighborhood, we got that result. The developer left in tears. This will avoid a lot of cost on projects, and people will be more willing to give residents what they want if they don't have to spend. I mean, I remember the developer telling me back then, and this was a long time ago, how much money more that they would have to spend to redraw the entire project. The more and I've been a lawyer for a long time, the more people get entrenched into what they have already spent money on, the less likely they are going to be flexible on that. My neighborhood was lucky. My neighborhood was lucky because the Planning and Zoning Board, gave them a denial. And so did the commission at that time. It was a discussion that I had with then Commissioner Lago. We wanted green space. We didn't want this building slammed up against the single-family homes or even the townhomes nearby. We wanted not to have a brickle type effect. We wanted to have green space and trees. We even pushed the building back into the alley more so that we had a nice swath of green space there. I don't want this to be dependent upon people constantly having to spend their time coming and fighting, meeting after meeting after meeting, early on, before any pen was put to paper, before residents had to build diagrams of what it would look like. Because I've spent time with some of those residents explaining the zoning code. You know, first 100 feet, you have 45 feet, then you can go up to 77, and then you can go up to that. That's the way our building code is built, to try to have a softening effect of the taller buildings coming in. We don't need to do that. These residents don't need to be wasting their time, meeting after meeting after meeting, worried what the Board of Architects is going to do because the Planning and Zoning Board hasn't seen it yet. Instead, it comes to the Planning and Zoning Board first. They can provide their input there. They can say, listen, we don't want this right next to us. We want it pushed back. This is what we want to see. The Board of Architects then can take those comments and incorporate it to make something that is compatible with the community, that enhances the community, rather than makes our neighborhoods look more like Brickell. We don't want Brickell effect. This is the hope and dreams of this, so people don't have to come every 3 months, every 2 months, every 6 months, a year later, and worried what's happened with those architectural drawings next. It comes in at the front end. So I hope I have your support for this. I've already made a motion.
I'd like to make a comment before, I guess, we vote. First off, I had an agenda review, and before, I just want to make sure that as we move forward, that the conceptual review, it's very clear to everyone who's involved, especially the developer, that it's non-binding. Because, you know, the possibility exists that they get suggestions, direction, and they go back a few months later, and the board at that time finds concerns and issues that perhaps weren't discussed previously, and I don't want to find the city in perhaps a legal situation where the developer and the residents thought that the conceptual review was the final vote or the final advice, and it's not. So I want to make it very clear that it's non-binding, so we don't get sued as a city, and provide clarity. The other thing is, and I agree, what this legislation does, besides obviously, I think helps avoid a lot of the conflict or a lot of the collision that we've had in the past with some projects. It provides the opportunity to have the residents sort of formulate what they want. But in reality, it's project by project. There are some folks in the community that see some buildings that are going up that are going to be beautiful, but they're not happy with the extra height. So we really don't know what's going to happen project to project. Some folks may not want the extra height and don't care about the green space. But the reality is we give the opportunity for them to give us feedback and the developer feedback. And, you know, one case might be different than the other. So it's not a given that it's more green space. Sometimes they just don't like tall buildings, and I understand that. Also, this is an opportunity because we had it with Alan Morris. They originally came to the project, the one on Ponce and University, and the community didn't want it, and it got turned back. And by doing it this way, not only the time that the residents spend in these types of meetings, but it also helps the developers perhaps not spend extra money for their projects. It's a cleaner, more efficient way. At the end of the day, I think it's a good legislation. It helps residents, it helps the projects, and it helps the city move forward. But I just want to make sure it's non-binding because I don't want to go down that path and later we find ourselves in some legal challenge.
Right, I'm gonna just add some comments to that, because my first discussion, my first attempt to try to do this was essentially 4 years ago, and that binding issue was part of it. And there's a reason why this is not binding, okay? Because we don't want it to become an as-of-right project. If it becomes an as-of-right project, then this commission gets no say. Right. Okay? If it's an as-of-right project, it won't come back to planning and zoning. So there's a check and balance here that can happen after it goes through Board of Architects, after the architecture is done, comes back to planning and zoning. If it was a final vote by the Planning and Zoning Board at that time, it would never come back to them, so we'd lose those checks and balances.
And Vice
So-
Mayor, I totally agree with you. And we all, I think we all understand it's not binding, but once it's out there between folks, residents that hear the conceptual review results, or developer may later feel that he was misguided, I think we need to go above and beyond, and it's not us, it's the administration to make sure that it's clear notice that it's non-binding for the folks out there. We know it's not, but sometimes things happen and we're playing catch-up.
So we've, as this commission, have modified the notice procedures where developers have to give the notice. We have an ability for folks to sign up for future meetings on that item, either by URL or QR code on there, so they'll automatically get the notices, not having to rely upon, did I, miss it in a stack of junk mail that came in to my mailbox, or I was traveling. You're going to get it electronically as well as in paper format, so that you know when the subsequent meetings are on that particular parcel from this point forward, okay? So the likelihood of someone not knowing something's going on will decrease.
Mayor, can I just?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to make it clear that this proposed ordinance would make this conceptual review before the Planning and Zoning Board a mandatory step for those projects seeking the land use or zoning changes. And while, of course, that non-binding feedback would be provided to the Board of Architects, the criteria the Board of Architects applies is still the criteria in the zoning code for their design review.
Perfect.
And then one extra thing. Before second reading, we can clarify and really make it very clear in the zoning code that it's non-binding. It's just for them to get feedback.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I am so glad that we're discussing this because even though I don't live near the big buildings, I've been involved for many years. And I'm glad that we discussed the Alan Morris because that's the perfect example of how we wasted residents' time, developers' money, because we didn't have this in place. My only problem with this is when I see a diagram that has trees, people think that this is, we will have trees. Not everybody will be agreeable to having higher, taller buildings in exchange for a little park. Some of us still think that the height is very important, and it depends on where the building is. Maybe there's a park so close that we don't need another park, and we want a shorter building. So as long as we know that this has nothing to do, I love the diagram, but the trees are a possibility, not a requirement. Thank you.
That was the result in an industrial district, what people chose. That's why I used it as a diagram. It's a history of what occurred.
Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so we have a motion and a second.
We do. Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to item, well, let's see, F1.
F1 is a resolution of the City Commission approving a salary and benefits package for City Manager Alberto N. Parhus.
Would anybody like to make a comment for the commission?
Who's presenting it?
Does anybody like to make a comment?
Does anybody
I'll
wanna
entertain a
explain?
motion.
I'll move it.
Yes, you can.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, I missed it. Apologies. Who made the motion?
I did.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I
have any
believe,
public comment?
I believe Mr. Holmes wants to make a comment on this.
I appreciate you squeezing me in. I just want to celebrate your assuming this role. And I think, I hate to say this, but we have a struggle within our city. Who runs it? Is it developers or is it the voters? And I'm really surprised that anyone would have opposed his being named to this position. I mean, this is one of the most mild-mannered people I've seen in city government. And so he wants to be neutral, and people oppose us. He's got great experience. So thank God you're here.
Congratulations.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
I'm going to repeat the comments I made previously. Process is important. You know, we have best practices manuals for a reason, and business is usually have an application process, a vetting process, giving other people an opportunity to fulfill the position. That wasn't done here. And based upon these circumstances, when we're so close to an election time, I felt that an interim position would have been the appropriate manner to do it. And, you know, pro rata, you know, compensation if the future commission decides not to proceed with Mr. Parhus would have been more appropriate than what was the result here today. So for that reason, my vote is no. Nothing against you, Mr. Parhus, just process.
Commissioner Castro.
We are voting on approving a salary and benefits package. That's what we're voting on, just to make it clear.
Yes, that's why I made the pro rata comment.
And by the way, if I may, sorry to, just for clarification, and is the package is basically the same that was before, and the severance for Mr. Parhus is prorated. So if by chance the commission changes, it's not
20 weeks.
winner take all. It's a prorated.
Right,
Just
I know.
want to
My-
put
my-
that on the record.
My comment was on pro rata because 50% proration is different than dividing it by 12. Okay, that's what I meant by pro rata.
Okay.
So,
I just wanted to clarify on my end.
Certainly.
And just to be a little clear, if it's terminated before May 21st, it's 10 weeks. And after May 21st, which is the first commission meeting, it'll be 20 weeks. To put that on the record, my vote is yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
So this was voted on last week, and yet our esteemed colleague is politicizing it once again, when she was the one who appointed the city attorney, the exact same meeting prior to last election, without a process. She was promoted as the deputy who assumed the position when their former city attorney took the position. So it's a little political to be making that comment now when you had no issue with a proration or with an appointment prior to an election 2 years ago, at the exact same meeting 3 months prior to the election. My vote is yes, and City Manager Parhus, you have my full support. You have over 40 years of dedication to our South Florida community. You have more experience than any of your last 5 predecessors. That speaks to the volume of experience that this city is having in a city manager. You've been in the role of deputy for 3 years now. You understand this city. You helped our former city manager and his predecessor in the running of our city. I have full confidence in you, and I appreciate you taking this position in this toxic political environment that our colleagues are putting together.
I want to quickly add, when I did meet with Mr. Parhus, not only was he a professional, he was a gentleman, and he was very aware of the sensibilities that some people have in the room and outside the room. And for that reason, the discussions on his package, the contract, went very smoothly, because he's not here to divide the community, he's here to unite the community. And the contract could have gone in a different direction, but he voluntarily said, I want to do what's right, because I want the city to be able to move forward without the political attacks. So I want to thank Mr. Parhus for not only being one amazing professional, but an amazing human being, and for caring about our community.
Mr. Fernandez, I'm not sure I got your vote.
Yes.
All right. Mayor Lago?
So before I vote, since everybody has engaged, do we have any more public comment? 'Cause I
We
see
do,
everything.
sir.
I'll take it now.
Okay. Ms. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I, once again, have to say that politics, running for office, this is the issue. I am tired of all the accusations, all the negative comments. We are here talking about a gentleman who has more experience in government than previous people that have been appointed here without any public notice, any vetting, any national search. Because if you remember last time I was here and I told you I read from the minutes of September 25th, 2018, where as an on-agenda item, Peter Iglesias was appointed city manager without letting the people know that that was going to come up, without any notice that we could say anything about it, but yet we choose to do this again and again because elections are coming and we have to threaten and try to bully the people from taking the job. Enough is enough. We have done this for the city attorney. We have done this for the city clerk. I don't remember ever anyone being appointed and said, well, you have to be careful because, when I get elected, I may vote to fire you. This is disgraceful. It's shameful for all of you that say this is not the Coral Gables way. Exactly. This is not the Coral Gables way. Maybe some people need to move to Miami and fit there very well, or maybe Hialeah. This is not the way we do things here. This is a man that has worked here under the perfect Peter Iglesias, that didn't know City Hall was important, that didn't know this building should have been perfect, that didn't know 427 should be perfect, that didn't know Miracle Mile should have been done differently. He worked under him and was great when he was working under Peter and was very experienced, and everybody appreciated what he did. But lo and behold, we get rid of Peter Iglesias, so anybody who follows is no good. We need to try to bully them. We don't want him here because we want Peter Iglesias back. Well, let me tell you, like I said last time, I'm surprised that nobody has filed a complaint about his license, because the list of stuff that he handled in this city that haven't been proven not to be right is shameful. And I support Mr. Parhus, and I apologize for being put through this.
Okay, just one point of clarification.
If I
Ms.
may, Madam
Cruz.
Vice Mayor, I apologize for interrupting.
I never said he wasn't qualified.
Can we close the public comment? Thank you. Madam Vice Mayor, I apologize for interrupting. Would you like to make a comment?
I just said I talked about the process, and I never said that Mr. Parhus was not qualified. This is the same recommendation I made to Mr. Amos when he took the role, that he would have the respect of the community more if the process was followed for a normal hiring.
Thank you. Before, Mr. Clerk, I have to vote?
Correct.
Okay, you haven't asked me before I vote?
Mayor Lago?
All right. So I don't want to relitigate this. I'm just going to put some points on the record. I don't want to debate it with my colleagues. This is very simple. My vote is no. I echo all the sentiments of the Vice Mayor. I've met with half a dozen directors and more than a dozen employees over the last 2 weeks who have all told me that, again, we should have taken another route, that they would have liked to have been considered for this position and they had the qualifications. In regards to the previous comments about the way things were handled with the attorney and the city clerk in the past, there's a big difference. There's consensus. It was 5-0. You can look up the public record. And also in regards to what Commissioner Menendez stated, in regards to the pro rata, the job could be 10 weeks. I've never in the private sector given somebody who's been on the job 10 weeks of severance. It just is not a good look. It doesn't happen in the private sector, and it shouldn't happen in the public sector. In closing, one of the things that I've done when I've interviewed easily over 100 people in the private and public sector, I always ask them a simple question. And I found it very interesting when I watched Zeta Sardinias being interviewed for the position of City Manager Doral, an amazing employee here in the city, who we miss her greatly. One of the questions they asked her was, why do you want this job? I've used that before in the private sector many, many, many times. I've asked people, why do you want to come work at our firm? They asked her that same question. In the last 2 weeks, the manager, which I respect, has not reached out to me. Everyone knows that the previous manager would not deal with me. This manager has not called me. We had 2 incidents here in the city. 31 migrants were found here in the city. I was notified by Channel 7, who interviewed me. Well, wanted to interview me, but I didn't have the information. I was in office hours. And the second issue was a shooting, gunshots that happened in the Coco Plum Circle, where I found out about it from residents the next day, and I called the police chief to get information. I called Mr. Parhus, the manager, and I asked him, I haven't spoken to you in 5 days. I'm reaching out to you since you were named the manager. He said he was busy, that he had a lot of things he was taking care of. I respect that, but a phone call takes 2 minutes. And I asked him a simple question. I said, why are you taking this job under these current circumstances? And his response to me was, it's none of your business. That's why I'm voting no. Moving on to item F2, unless the manager would like to say a few words.
Well, I would like just one more thing to say, and I didn't want to bring it up, but I guess I want to apologize to Mr. Parhus that when you were sworn in by the city clerk, out of respect for you as a person, as a human being, everyone in this room stood up. And unfortunately, on the dais, only 3 elected officials stood up. 2 decided to stay seated. And we've had differences in the past, and we've had people come and go, and sometimes we get along with them, sometimes we don't get along with them. We have difference of opinions of policy, procedure, politics, you name it. But at the end of the day, regardless of whether you like a person or you're happy with the appointment, we show respect, we show civility. And I apologize that not only in a vote for 3-2, just to show respect for you and our staff and our community, only 3 of us stood up to show the proper Coral Gables type of respect.
And I'm glad you bring that up, because I was criticized by one resident when we voted to remove Peter Iglesias. Because when Peter Iglesias stood up from the dais and everybody got up and gave him a standing ovation, I did too. Because even though Peter Iglesias and I didn't agree politically, as a person, I thought it was my duty and my responsibility to thank him for his years of service, not just to Coral Gables, but to our South Florida community. And it shows the poor measure of a person when they can't put politics aside and recognize the fact that you are somebody who has worked tirelessly for this community. You didn't want this job. 2 years ago, you said you didn't want it. But you have shown a dedication to the residents of Coral Gables because you want to move this city forward, because you want to make sure that this city is stable. But there are those out there who are trying to divide our community and seek instability, because when you're losing politically, what you need is instability to show that you have a different equation that's going to make things better. Well, let me tell you, bringing Peter Iglesias back like you've been promising residents, if Rhonda Anderson and Richard Lara get elected, is not the path forward. And I've heard that from several residents. I don't know what communications you and the vice mayor have had about it, but let's just be clear. Going backwards to an administration that has allowed City Hall to fall apart the way that it has is not a path forward. And to those members of the administration and the directors who claim to be interested in the position, there's an assistant city manager position that is opening up, and that position will be open once again. The assistant city manager position in this city was open for, prior to the hiring of Joe Gomez, for about 3 years. I don't know how many of those directors applied for the position, But that is the natural step forward to assume the position of city manager. Happens in every position. The private sector is the same thing. The secretary becomes the assistant, moves forward, and you move step by step, just like we do in the police department and the fire department. Mr. Parhus has put in countless hours to this city. And to try to besmirch his name for political purpose, shame on you, Mr. Mayor.
Sometimes in life, when people talk to you in a disgraceful manner, the best thing to do is look at them in the eyes and just smile. Sometimes it's better not even to say anything.
Exactly.
So before we move on, again,
I want to have a point of privilege, if I may.
sir, just 1 second. I just want to respond to the commissioner, just put it on the record. 'Cause he made a very, very good point, Commissioner Fernandez, and that was that the natural progression. I guess we didn't consider that when we hired Amos Rojas. Mr. Manager, would you like to say a few words in this moment?
Mr.
So
Mayor,
well,
as a
so
point
well
of
deserved.
privilege,
Thank you.
if there's anything that I can ever be accused of being disrespectful, and if I may clarify, you may have heard it wrong, but you asked me, the question was, why did you change your mind from where you say that you didn't want to be a city manager, to which I responded, for personal reasons, Mr. Mayor. Okay, I just want to clarify that.
If I may, I asked you very clearly on the record, I said, why would you take this job in the current circumstances and not be an interim and then move forward after the elections? And you said it's none of your business. That's what you told
I
me.
would never say that to you, but
All right. Well, we're moving on to item F2.
There's a man who's made
Obviously,
up a
we're-
lot of things, so don't worry about
Obviously,
it.
we're not gonna agree, we're gonna agree to disagree, and it's fine.
If you heard that, that's fine, but he's clarifying now he didn't, so if you could please take that, it'd be nice.
Mr. Clerk, moving on to F2.
F2 is a resolution of the City Commission directing staff to provide notice to the Waterway Advisory Board when the city receives applications for certain variance or conditional use requests.
Yes, I will move it.
Okay, I'll just add a few comments, because I'm going to second it. I did meet with the Waterway Advisory Board with regard to the underlying project. This is another example where having additional input from residents who have specialized knowledge will help avoid problems in the future. There is a Waterway Advisory Board meeting. All the folks that have been reaching out to me regarding the bridge height have respectfully suggested that they go hear from the engineer and the expert witness there, as well as, let's start working with FDOT on the future of the bridge on US 1. And at that point, the Waterway Advisory Board can provide input as to the appropriate height for that bridge as well as the Ponce Bridge, and provide a larger area on that bridge to be the new bridge for pedestrians and bicyclists. Right now, I think that this is important for folks on the waterway, because that is basically their backyard street, to have input on projects coming forward, to make sure that boats that are too large aren't in there, docks that are too large are not in there, and that we take excellent care of our waterway. Thank you.
As we all know, I've been pushing notifying residents a lot for everything. I would say I'm the queen of notification. So for that reason, this is important to me. I'll move it if anybody would second this.
I seconded it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's why I co-sponsored, because I was working with the board as well on this, because I think it's an important piece. In fact, all of us supported this when it came before us, and this formalizes it.
Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor. Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to item F3.
Commissioner Fernandez?
This is just a discussion, just to update my colleagues on some of the work that we've been doing. I've received complaints from residents about the process of having metal roofs approved in the city, as well as the process for solar panels and locations of solar panels. I've had meetings with staff regarding this process, and one of the solutions that we came up with, Board of Architects will be addressing this point excuse me, in the coming weeks of creating a form of checklist for metal roofs on what parameters they would normally consider a metal roof, so that when a resident is applying for a metal roof permit, they know off that checklist they probably won't be approved, or they have a possibility of being approved. One of the things that we came up with was using some of the parameters that we have in the Med Bonus, where you have images of the types of homes, because some of the homes that are coming up, there's a list of types of style. One of them, for example, is post-war. So people automatically assume, well, my house was built after 1945, therefore it would be post-war, but there's a specific style. So what we talked about was creating this checklist as well as these images, just to make sure when a resident applies for the permit, we're not going through an extensive process with staff and for the resident of creating this application process, drawing designs, going through the BOA for a process that will probably be denied. We just want to make sure we get to a point where residents know, look, I went through the checklist, I don't qualify, I'm just going to go with the type of roof that I currently have. So I don't know if, Jennifer, you have anything that you'd like to add?
Yeah, just so to confirm, yes, we're going to update a list just like this one, a checklist that they refer to. It will specify the styles as well as, photographs and other materials that they expect to see for the Board of Architects review, but also to specify the neoclassical, the post-war modern style, high modern, that they would be more acceptive of that material on the roof.
Right, and as far as the solar panels, the discussion that we have is right now there isn't anything set in stone on the location that would be approved. There has been questions from residents on, well, I was only allowed to put it on the back side of the house. That may be more aesthetic. We've also had the first Tesla roof that has been approved in the city. It has been approved in South Gables. But it is something that is still in the works. The design is still a little outside of the norm for Coral Gables, so it'll be on a case-by-case basis. But just wanted to update all of you on what we're working on. Once that checklist is completed by BOA, what I've asked staff is to bring it to the commission so we can make any recommendations, and if there's anything we can do to add it to improve it for residents, we can do so at that time.
So I'm going to add a little bit to it, because I think it was 2017, 2018, I assisted a resident with an idea to be able to have, it was a copper metal roof, but a metal roof approved on a structure that was not architecturally suitable for a metal roof. So I made the suggestion of extending the eave and putting a decorative piece underneath. And when it went back to the Board of Architects with that addition on there, they approved it. Any checklist may necessarily deter a person like that from moving forward if they didn't have the opportunity to really sit down with somebody that has assisted somebody on getting an approval before. The other part is we recently had some that went to the Board of Architects, was refused by the Board of Architects, and subsequently approved by the special magistrate. I don't want to deter people from utilizing the processes that are existing by a checklist that doesn't really reflect the full process. They need to know that this special master process exists, that the special master can agree to disagree with the Board of Architects on the appropriateness of the architecture. I know that there's certain members of the Board of Architects that just don't like metal roofs at all, but the way the legislation was written, and being one of the co-authors of that legislation, I remember it well, is the only areas that are not qualified for metal roofs are historic homes and historic districts. So I want to be cautious about deterring people from doing an application for a process where if they really want a metal roof, they can get it through the special magistrate. So I'd appreciate if staff would circulate the checklist so we make sure that we don't make people think that it's an impossibility if they are willing to go that step further. Okay? Okay.
Correct, and that's part of what was requested. We've had residents that have been denied because of the type of material that was used on their driveway. Has nothing to do with the actual design of their house, but because they have brick pavers on their driveway, the Board of Architects will not approve it. So through the process, they were able to file an application to change their driveway in order to get the metal roof approved. But I think there are residents who don't understand what the parameters are. And in the conversations that I had with staff, including the clerk's office, the largest number of public records requests we get for this type of application, and the largest number of appeals that we've had throughout the last 2 years for processes in planning and zoning has been for metal roofs. So I think a little bit of clarification for our residents can go a long way, just because a lot of residents don't understand that there are parameters that are being considered since the legislation is as open-ended as it is. And actually, we talked about it with staff. If tweaking the legislation would make a little more sense, but we didn't want to tie the hands of the Board of Architects and the special master, who can make a determination that's different from what's in there in the code. Because the code was left open on purpose, because it is a decision that should be made by the Board of Architects. Because if we say specifically a specific area that can apply, but a specific area that cannot, there may be homes in a different area that would qualify for that type of roof. So we wanted to make sure that we didn't tie the hands of the Board of Architects or of our residents from being able to apply. It was more of an informative piece so that they understand if you have these parameters, you're more inclined to have a denial from the Board of Architects, and you can make a decision early on as to whether you want to fight it through, because there is a cost to our residents of going through the application process, the appeal process before a special master, because they have to be paying their contractors for this process. So it's not something that's cheap, and people may decide to go in a different direction if they know that there's less of a probability of having it approved.
So, before we move forward, as the author of the metal roofs ordinance and also the solar ordinance that gives residents a reduction of 100% on your permit fees for installing solar, and also expedites your permits for the installation of solar, I'm in favor of tweaking any of those two ordinances as long as it makes people more secure and makes the process and streamlines the process as much as possible. I worked on those ordinances for years to garner support during a time where metal roofs were, not something that was there was much appetite for, but I had residents that came to me for years and asked for that legislation. And I have been getting a lot of questions. Thank you to our wonderful staff who always addresses residents' concerns and helps them through the process. So any way that we can tweak the process of the legislation that I wrote, I'm 100% behind it. I don't think it's an issue. But one of the things that we're going to be seeing a lot is the placement of solar in regards to the BOA. That is something that I probably dealt with on 2 or 3 dozen occurrences from residents who have been denied as a result of the solar panels being in the front of the home and being visible from the street. I don't know how we're going to resolve that issue, but at the end of the day, I think we need to do our best to find some common ground on all fronts. So, Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment on this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Mrs. Maria Cruz?
Okay. All right, then we'll move on to item F4.
F4, I've been in conversation with our esteemed director about costs and possibilities for providing some additional relief for residents. We spoke briefly this morning, and he was going to come up with some numbers here and share with us his findings.
Mr. Director, good afternoon.
Good
morning,
afternoon.
excuse me.
Good morning, still good morning.
Still good
Hermes Diaz, Public Works Director. So we originally intended to purchase 130 new locations for speed cushions at a cost of $160,000. The actual price came a little bit below that. So at the direction of the prior manager, we ended up purchasing a few extra ones. We believe that for us to complete the ones that are pending with the temporary speed cushions, and at least the number that we think right now, because we're getting extra ones, right? We already finished the one zone 2, we're almost done with zone 3. We're getting additional requests, another 15 for the time being. I think will bring us to that number. The speed cushion price has gone up a little bit since, so we think for $90,000, that will not only include the speed cushion itself, but also we've been doing it in-house with our crews, somewhat in overtime. So we think that will cover that. And there is funds available in traffic calming to cover that if that is the decision of the city commission.
So I'd like to hear from my colleagues, because I think that's probably one of the number one things that we hear from residents about people racing down our streets. I think now we're putting the 25-mile-an-hour speed limits along major thoroughfares, so at least people are better notified that this is not, a speedway. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on adding an additional 15 speed tables to our inventory to be able to provide, faster relief for residents.
Right, so my question was, can you go over that again? You said 130 locations?
No. 30, originally we
30
were intended to
locations.
buy 30, not 130.
Got it. 30
But-
locations,
but the
and then
price is a
this
little
would be an
lower.
additional
Wait.
15.
Right, but
Can-
we managed to buy more than 30 because the prices end up being a little lower. We bought actually we ended up buying, and the previous manager, Amos mentioned that he asked us to buy, so we ended up buying 40, a little bit more than 40 in total. So now with this extra 15, that will allow us to, and obviously, we get new requests all the time, so if this becomes a thing that we need to come back, obviously at your discretion, we can always continue to
So what do you need from us?
your direction.
So do you need a motion to allow you to purchase the additional 15? I'll move it.
Right,
I
and
mean-
using the traffic calming money.
No, I'm happy to move it. I brought it forward.
All right, I'll second it.
I wanted to hear everybody's comment because there's a cost to everything. But I also value the safety, highly. I value the safety of our residents, their pets, the cat, everything that gets run over in our community.
I want to qualify for the temporary speed table, are you in the pipeline for a permanent, or how does that work?
Yes, you still have to qualify. You have to go through the same process that the county put forth. We still have to get the data. You have to qualify. We have to ballot to you. So you still have to qualify for that process. But we're getting, we're almost done with like the first 3 zones in the city, and now people who originally didn't express interest now I wanted to. We've been testing them, so we see a lot more coming down the pipeline.
They've been very effective.
And they are helpful, absolutely.
And by the way, I'm completely in support, as many as we need, because, it just takes one car. And, I want folks to know it's not a matter of a nuisance of cars speeding, it's a life safety, as we all agree. So the fact that it is a life safety issue, if we can address it sooner rather than later, I'm in support of what my colleagues are discussing.
So Hermes, stage 1 is the ask, stage 2 is the police accumulation of data, stage 3 qualifying, and stage 4 vote of the residents. Are they being installed between stage 3 and stage 4 or after 4?
No, we collect the concrete seat cushions, they take a little bit to be installed. The temporary ones.
This is not this.
With the city staff,
Okay.
we basically put them down, the temporary ones, with the city staff, we put them down in a day, basically. It's a matter of diverting them. We've been doing about two per week, one during the regular weekdays and on Saturdays, as opposed to the other ones that take significant amount of time to.
So where in the process are the temporary ones being installed?
So we're installing them in the locations where eventually they're gonna be the final ones, right?
So
So
that's-
eventually they will be removed and potentially put somewhere else if necessary.
No, right, but is it right after they ask, or is it after the
No,
police
you need to
data,
ask,
or
we need to collect data, you need to qualify, and we need to ballot you. We still have to go through that process.
After the 4th step is when
Yes.
they're being installed? Okay,
Yes,
that was my question.
correct.
I'm in full support of this.
So before, I just want to interject, I did have also a discussion with staff regarding particular people test driving vehicles that go very fast in our community. A cease and desist letter is going to be sent to that automobile dealer by our city attorney's office to stop test driving those vehicles. They're electric vehicles, and they can go from 0 to like 75 in a blink of an eye. And they're using, Segovia, they're using 39th Avenue, they're using anything that provides any type of straightaway.
Using Bird Road constantly.
Row.
And we've sent them a letter already before, and I've been involved with that
Yeah, it was
for
a
while.
different dealership. It was,
okay.
it was years ago.
Okay.
And we sent a couple of cease and desist letters for speeding basically on our residential streets during these test drives.
So that's coming too, so I want to let you all know that.
And
By the way, they'll comply. They'll comply. It's just, and they'll just gotta contact the salespeople and, put them on record and, tell them this, put them on notice, excuse me, that, that we have.
in the past, I've dealt with it as a father with car dealerships and the test drives and the mechanics testing the cars that they were repairing. I know one dealership had a particular map or streets that the staff was supposed to use, but they would cut through residential. One time, there was a very, very powerful V12 engine. The car stopped at one end of the block, and I was trying to figure out why it was doing that. Then all of a sudden, I know it went to like warp speed past. If anybody's pulling out of their driveway, it's a recipe for disaster. So I'm glad that the city's taking action. It's about time.
So the other area that staff is working on is the intersection of Riviera and Segovia, an area where we've had a number of accidents for a long period of time. There needs to be some additional record gathering, and staff will get back to us as to when something more can be done, whether it's a four-way stop or a traffic circle. But I just want to let you know that that is in process.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Rib Holmes?
Greetings. I'm sorry for talking so much today, but I think you might be interested in what I'm about to say. So first of all, the speed tables, of course, is an issue of life and death. And so we have to protect life. So this is obvious. But what's interesting, and I think perhaps especially to Mayor Lago, is that who was our former economic development guy who's now head of penny sales tax? His name is escaping me, but he and Mayor Lago pointed out that money that was devoted to solving our traffic problems entirely, that is to like expand Metro Rail and to put rapid transit buses on all of our highways. That's a solution, right? And that penny sales tax fund got raided by the county during the Great Recession. They said, well, we promised that this would never be raided, but it's the Great Recession, and they raided the money. They took most of that money. So I talked with our friend. He'll be glad I can't remember his name, because he gave me an update, right? And I said, look, they're talking now about raising more taxes for solving the traffic problem. And I said, obviously, that's needed, but the question is, will they raid it again, right? And steal the money, right? And I said, what we need is a guarantee written into the law that this money is in a trust fund that cannot be violated for any reason by the county commission. They can't steal the money again. Do you follow me? And what he told me, which was embarrassing for him and shocking for me, is, look, the county commission will never approve it. They'll never sign off on saying that taxpayer money strictly devoted to solving our traffic problem cannot be raided and stolen by the county for other reasons. It's crazy, right? That's the world we live in.
Thank you, sir. All right. Moving on. Anything else for the good of the order?
We need a
All right.
vote on this item, Mr. Mayor.
We do?
We do.
Okay, let's take a vote. We have a motion by the Vice Mayor.
And a second.
And a second, yes, sir.
Okay.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes,
Mayor Lago?
Yes. We'll take a 5-minute break. See you back in the
thank you.
Recording stopped.
You ready, Mr. Clerk?
1 second, sir.
Recording in
All right, let's
progress.
get on.
Sorry.
Let's
yeah,
commence
we're
with
good.
the meeting.
Yeah.
Item F5.
Wait.
Well, we'll come back to F5. Item G1, which is time certain for 11.
G1 is a resolution of the City Commission approving funding support to Dade Heritage Trust toward the creation of a public sculpture honoring the life and legacy of Arva Parks McCabe to be installed at the entrance hall of the main Miami-Dade County Public Library, authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 2024-25 annual budget to recognize the transfer of funds from the Art and Public Places Reserve as revenue and appropriate such funds as determined by the Commission.
Good morning.
Turn on. Your mic.
Oh, your mic is
Let's try it again.
Thank you. Good morning. Catherine Cathers, Arts and Culture Coordinator for the city. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. In addition to being a lifelong Miamian, Arva Parks McCabe was a longtime resident in the city of Coral Gables and contributed significantly to long-lasting cultural projects in the city. Among her credits are involvement in the preservation of the Biltmore Hotel, the Venetian Pool, and the historic Merrick House. She helped create the city's historic preservation program in the 1970s and served as the chair of the first Historic Preservation Board, as well as serving as the inaugural director of the Coral Gables Museum. Arva served on the University of Miami Board of Trustees for 26 years and wrote several books on Greater Miami, Coral Gables, and the University of Miami, including the frequently referenced George Merrick, Son of the South Wind, visionary creator of Coral Gables. The approved sculpture is being created by Miami artist Frida Kofing Schumi and features one of Arva's books about Coral Gables. The Cultural Development Board is recommending approval to support this project using funds from the Art and Public Places Reserve and have recommended a minimum of $7,500 with encouragement for the Commission to consider an increased amount. Christine Rupp, Executive Director of Dade Heritage Trust, is here to speak on the item and provide further details and was also a director of the Coral Gables Museum. Christine?
Good morning. Thank you for being here with us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. It's great to be back in the city beautiful. I desperately miss living here, I have to tell you. But yes, Arva loved the city beautiful, as you all know. I mean, this was writing about George Merrick was her dream. She was instrumental in making people understand the vision that he had for the city and how special the city of Coral Gables truly is. And I can tell you, last Sunday with our local bike organization, Bike Walk Coral Gables, excuse me, I got a little raspy going on. We did a bike tour of the Northwest Gables in celebration of the city's 100th anniversary. And I was telling Catherine and Anna that the place just looks beautiful. The neighborhoods are beautiful, the trees are beautiful, and for people that had not explored the Gables before, I think it was a huge eye-opener as to the beauty of living and working in the city. And so that's what Arva was all about. I had the pleasure of working with her at the Coral Gables Museum, and I can tell you without Arva, that place never would have gotten off the ground. She was passionate about ensuring that that building would be part of the city's legacy and be an educational institution where people could come and learn about the city and George Merrick. So we, when this idea came about to honor her, we reached out to Frida Schumi, who's a renowned sculpturist. She recently had an exhibit at the Coral Gables Museum with her work. She's very passionate about creating the statue in honor of Arva. I had the pleasure of visiting the Foundry last week. It's looking beautiful. And I believe the placement at the main library is a beautiful tribute to Arva also as an author, historian, educator. And obviously with the plaques, the plaque that will go there recognizing the donors, it will prove that Coral Gables is essentially part of the greater Miami community, but yet set so far apart from any other place in Miami. So we truly appreciate your consideration. When the statue is completed and installed in the library. We'll have a kickoff reception, of course, and you'll all be invited. And again, we just, as an organization we do so much work in the City Beautiful. I appreciate your consideration of this project, funding this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for me?
I think it's a wonderful idea.
Okay, thank you.
No, I think it,
The board recommended 7,500, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
yeah, I'll be happy to support that, and I think it's the library is an appropriate location. If you stop and look at the White Way lights, there's a reference to the Riviera of Miami, or Miami Riviera. And Arvid certainly has had I would call it somewhat bullish approach towards, making sure that historic preservation occurred, and that the Coral Gables Museum was, funded. And Mark Trowbridge gave us a rather vivid description of her very thorough efforts, I should say, in raising money for that facility. This is a overdue tribute to her efforts, not only for Coral Gables, but for Miami in general. So happy to support that. We can move or second, depending on who
Second.
wants. Okay.
Second.
Yeah, thank you.
I've often said that I don't think that there's been a greater loss to Coral Gables than when we lost Arva Moore Parks. A lot of our history went with her because there was a lot of knowledge that she had that was never written down. And I think there's one person we should definitely have a tribute for, and that's Arva Moore Parks. I'll be happy to support this.
I want to add that one thing that I loved about Arva's works was that we tend to think that 100 years ago life was simple, and she was able to identify that life back then was actually very complicated and complex. George Merrick and our founding fathers of our city, they dealt with a lot of issues that repeat themselves, and we deal with them. And by learning about how they dealt with it, how they were able to create such an amazing city through her work, we can sort of figure out sometimes how to get things right in the present time.
Again, first off, thank you so much for being here. Christine, it's always a pleasure to have you and your organization. You do great work, splendid work. I'm a big supporter of Arva. She was a mentor, a person who never shied away from calling me and providing the necessary guidance or opinion in regards to what she thought was in the best interest. My wife and I, a few years ago, after being contacted by a good friend, there was an opportunity to purchase a beautiful map, the oldest map in the city's history. We bought it at auction, and instead of putting it up in my office, one of the things that we decided as a family was to donate it to the museum on behalf of Arva, her legacy. She had just recently passed, and she's a person, again, who is missed dearly because she was an incredible, besides an incredible person and mentor and just an incredible resident of South Florida. She was a person that cared deeply about who we are and what is our past and why we should be proud of being an excellent city. We all miss her dearly. She's an amazing person. I think it's very well deserved. Any way the city can help, we're here to help. We're here to provide guidance, resources, and I think it's another opportunity to pay tribute to her. Thank you so much for bringing this before us. Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Excuse me if I may, we did need to have the amount to include in the resolution. So the board had made a minimum recommendation of 7,500, and we just want to clarify it.
I mean, that's the amount we discussed on the motion.
Okay. That'll be included in the resolution.
Right.
We have another time certain item at 11:30. We can't take that one yet. We'll go back
F5.
to F5.
Thank you, Mayor. Last week, there was a Zoom meeting with the county and available, obviously, to our residents regarding the circle at Coral Way and Anderson, where obviously it's come before us and we approved it, and for the right reasons because of all the accidents that occurred. And during that meeting, I was listening to the comments, and one comment that was repeated a lot started by Ms. Cheryl Gold, who made mention of I think we are all aware that folks, that no matter what signage we have these days in traffic circles and roundabouts, a lot of people don't know how to navigate those traffic circles. They'll be in the circle and they'll put on the brakes abruptly because they think somebody wants to get in. If they want to exit from the right lane of the circle, they'll go from the left lane, they cross over. So we've had a lot of near accidents. I think folks are so aware that to expect the unpredictable. So Ms. Gold and others, the discussion with the county is, can we find new ways or new creative solutions to signage in terms of, like, for example, I was driving Segovia from the youth center towards Biltmore Way, and about 20 yards before the large circle on Biltmore Way, there was a signage that had like a series of arrows. It looked like a QR code, and with no wording on it. It's just, and quite honestly, after a while, I figured out what it was telling us to do, but I think 9 out of 10 folks don't understand what that sign does. And I know they're guidelines, but if guidelines are like state statutes and everything, we can go usually above and beyond to find real-world solutions.
Correct. So since you brought that to our attention, we've been talking to the county. The county has statutory jurisdiction over signage. So they told us they're looking into it. We're gonna continue to be engaged. Melissa and I, we've been kind of looking at potential options that, hopefully they'll be agreeable to. If we don't get a favorable response, then we'll have a follow discussion about it. But they are actively looking into potential advisory signage that may be a little more explanatory.
A good example is 20 years ago at crosswalks, let's say near the youth center, there was no signage. Now you have those little signs that you put in the middle that if somebody's in the crosswalk, stop. It's a common sense, the way it's laid out, that you don't have to be someone in government to understand the meaning. That didn't exist 20 years ago, but it exists today. Something as simple that some kind of signage in the circle, do not stop if you are in the circle. Something so common sense is needed these days. So if you don't mind, if you could explore further and perhaps bring it back to the city commission with findings, and if we can help with solutions, if you need our support, our help, but I think it's much needed, and I think everybody, once you've been in a circle, it could be a little bit treacherous.
Especially the ones that have 2 lanes inside. And the one in Segovia specifically is a little tricky because you have 2 lanes on one side, you only have 1 lane on the other. It is not particularly intuitive. Some of the smaller ones are in town, the ones that we're installing for traffic calming, those are a lot easier to navigate, but the larger ones, definitely.
Yeah, you're supposed to exit from the outside lane, and people exit from the inside lane, and they cut in front of the car that's in the outside lane.
Right.
And it's just a series of one-up, but if we can come up with common sense signage, I think that will go a long way. And
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So I'm going to add my 2 cents to it. The signage is important, but sometimes you have to also look at the habit of the drivers. They tend to, you're already past the sign. So the markings on the asphalt are critical at that point, and, we have to make sure it's properly maintained. One of the other things I noted, those little reflectors that go around the outside of the circle tend to get run over and busted up. We could also add reflectors at the higher point of the circle that's not going to get broken up as much, so we don't have folks kind of going straight through the circle like we've had a few times. Those reflectors will be very helpful at night when you have headlights that are kind of blinding you. The reflectors will make them more visible. So more visibility on the asphalt. Those crosswalk markings that we now have enhanced are a lot more visible, and I think we can do something similar with the paint in those lanes to indicate, keep moving. And for the other folks entering the lane, which is why people stop, to yield, okay? So, thank you. I know this is a thankless and endless job.
Thank you, sir. All right, moving on to.
Mr. Mayor, before you move on, I have a member of the public requesting to speak on this item.
Perfect.
Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. This item is very close to my heart because I happen to live between two circles. Anyhow I get to my house, if I come from the west, there's a circle. If I come from the east, there's a circle. And we keep having issues with the circles because people do not know how to navigate them. If we had Coral Gables TV, I would ask you to put forth, I'm sure the police department can come up with some form of video that will show people how to navigate a circle or roundabout. Maybe since Park does such a wonderful job with their videos, maybe we could ask him as a favor to do it. People need to know how to navigate circles. That's the bottom line. As long 3 or 4 days ago, there was an accident on San Amaro and Miller. I know some people believe there's no issues there. There are issues there. The same thing that you said. There's some, that circle has an area where there's 2 lanes, and there's an area where there's only 1 lane. And there's an area that the lane ends in a only left turn, and when people see it, that's a problem. So people need to know. I think signs sometimes, I think signs on the pavement would be a good idea, but I think you need to, the same thing we did with recyclables, the same things that we did with other stuff that's important to us, maybe a video showing how to navigate a circle would be very practical.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. We'll move on back to G2, time certain for 11:30 a.m.
G2 is a resolution of the City Commission approving the long-term loan of 5 Gene Ward sculptures to the underline for installation within the underline Coral Gables section, authorizing the city manager or his or her designee and city attorney to negotiate an agreement with the underline and any other required entity.
Good morning.
Good morning again. We have a presentation here. So Jean Ward, just to tell you a little bit about her, the underline did approach the city of Coral Gables with a request to place 5 Jean Ward sculptures currently in the city's public art collection within the underline section of Coral Gables. So a little bit about her. Jean Ward was an important Florida artist of the post-1950s and had a significant connection to the University of Miami before passing away at the young age of 45. She was a professor of art at Miami-Dade College, a graduate of the University of Miami. She worked in sculpture, ceramic, and multimedia. Her works are in the collection of the Oakland Museum, Museum of Art in Fort Lauderdale, and Miami-Dade College, among others. She was featured in an exhibition at the Low Art Museum in 1977 and received the Florida Individual Artist Fellowship in 1983. Her husband, William Ward, was a University of Miami art professor and also a sculptor. The Jean Ward Sculpture Award was established in her name at the University of Miami to recognize one student annually in the field of sculpture. The award is funded through the Department of Art and Art History and continues to be an honor presented as part of the department's annual juried exhibition. So the pieces that are in the collection were donated. In January 1995, 7 steel sculptures were donated through Parker Thompson on behalf of the New World Festival Committee by the artist's husband, William Ward. And 5 years later, 4 additional steel sculptures were donated by the artist's niece, Rebecca Gerritsen. So Parker Thompson, a prominent Coral Gables resident, was a great admirer of Jean Ward's work and facilitated 7 of the 10 of the donated sculptures after the artist's passing. Mr. Thompson is the father of Meg Daly, founder and executive chair of the Underline. Meg is here today and will speak after the presentation. And following her father's example, Meg Daly is a strong proponent of the arts and has facilitated a nationally recognized public art program with permanent and temporary artworks proposed and placed along the Underline's 10 miles of linear park space. Right now, we currently have 3 sculptures installed at Ingram Park that require restoration. 3 are restored and in storage. One is installed at Pittman Park, and we have 3 maquettes in our department. This is a list of the proposed works for a long-term loan. 3 of the proposed sculptures are the ones in Ingram Park and have been previously identified for removal and extensive restoration, including engineering and construction of new bases. 2 of the sculptures have been restored, are in storage, and all 5 pieces will require repainting to black in keeping with the artist's original intention and as recommended by the Arts Advisory Panel and Cultural Development Board. So I'll quickly go over the pieces proposed and the ones remaining in the city proper. So the images on the left are the piece at the time of acquisition and donation, and on the right, the current condition. So you'll see they're in pretty poor condition. The mounts would also be redone. So these 2 are in Ingram Park. Oops. CGTV, can you help me get it back to the presentation? So this one has been restored and would be painted black again. Will the wisp, also restored. And then the final one, which is also in Ingram Park. And then the pieces that are remaining in our collection. Help me get it back, please. So these are the pieces that the Prince has been restored with the intention of placing it back at the Coral Gables Branch Library. And then Tuxedo, which was also restored and is placed in Pittman Park. And then the 3 small maquettes that are in our office. So the underline is requesting installation of the sculptures in the Rock Ridge Plaza within the Coral Gables section of the underline, close to the entrance of the University of Miami. So this is a plan view of the working drawing for the Rock Ridge Plaza, and the 2 pink circles are where the groupings of the sculptures are proposed. We are proposing and have recommended that the pieces are cited in 2 groupings as if in conversation and following the intent of the artist at the time the works were created. And finally, just closing with a rendering of the plaza, and you'll notice it also has a performance space included. Both the Arts Advisory Panel and Cultural Development Board enthusiastically embrace the proposal and are recommending approval. Meg?
Good morning. It's great to have you.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I didn't realize how emotional I would get. Give me a second, sorry. This collaboration is so personal to me. When I told my dad about the idea of the underline 12 years ago, I told him I had this crazy idea, and he said, "That's not crazy. It's incredible, and we're going to do it together." And he was my partner until he passed away 8 years ago. I am so sorry. I spoke about my parents the other night and didn't fall apart. But he complained to me all the time about the Gene Ward installations. And he said, "I want them to be seen, and they're not being seen." And it was that art was very personal to him. And when this opportunity came up to collaborate, to put these artworks on the underline, it was like a dream come true for me. To be able to sort of honor my dad and his gift and give it back to the community in an incredibly meaningful way. The underline currently has 9 art installations, Last week, we had 81,000 visitors in 1 week. People seeing art, seeing all the experience and the great programming we're having. But the place that this is sited is unbelievable. It's right in front of It's across the street from middle school. It's next to an elementary school. If we can continue with this exposure to the community and the partnerships that we've been able to embark on between the city of Coral Gables and the Underline, I just think it's magical. My father, for those of you who didn't know him, he was as tenacious, no, I can't say I am as tenacious as he was, because he was one of the most tenacious, most committed people I know. His passion for art was personal. As you know, he was the founder of the Performing Arts Center, so it wasn't just physical, three-dimensional art, it was also performance art. And I'm asking you to help me continue his legacy through this incredible story. The place that this is located is running through a nature trail right in front of next to an outdoor classroom and a performance area. So this story of modern art and nature, I just can't think of anything more exciting. I'm joined by our curator, Rena Gitlin, who is part of building this magic. I really want to thank Ms. Cathers for helping us bring this forward to the commission. And I just can't express how excited I am. I get excited about a lot of things, but this one is just like magic. And thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Meg.
I can sit down.
No, you can sit down whenever you like. Do we have any other further comments from staff?
From staff, I'm not sure, but not from the
Anything
public.
else? We're good?
I love this idea. Who will be maintaining the sculptures?
Maintenance. Who's maintaining was the question.
So,
Yes, we will be addressing that in the agreement, but right now we're proposing that the underline included as part of their maintenance with the other artworks, and they're aware of that.
so if I may, first off, I had the honor of not only knowing Parker Thompson, but spending a lot of time with him. When Meg came to this commission, and I'm the only commissioner who's left here who was there, we took the project of the Underline as a true commitment to elevating the quality of life, not only in the city of Coral Gables, but also elevating Miami-Dade County, taking it to the next level. Talk about the Beltway, you talk about the High Line. Those are transformational projects that have changed the paradigm of how business is conducted and how people live in communities. Meg, you are amazing, amazing. Last time we were together, I give you credit for delivering on a vision that, I'll be honest with you, and I've said it before, I've said it in public when we cut the ribbon a few years ago, I didn't believe you. I didn't believe that this project could be accomplished. We wrote the legislation together. We pushed this thing through, but you were the driving force. And your father is a true Renaissance man. Not only an exceptional professional, respected amongst his colleagues, a visionary, but what he's accomplished in this community, not many people come even close. And he didn't do it for any other reason but for the community. It was not about him. It was a job. He didn't make money on it. He did it because he believed in Miami-Dade County. He believed in Coral Gables. And he truly envisioned a better community via a vehicle of giving back. So I want to commend you, as I always do in public, for your commitment, for your family's commitment, for your husband's commitment, because he's been with you through all these crazy ideas, and something that I mentioned to him yesterday, and he laughed about it. But you deserve all the credit. You and the board members that are here with you, that have pushed this through, the sponsors, Ken Griffin, everybody who has put their money where their mouth is and delivered on a visionary project that will raise property values, will address issues of transportation, will beautify the city beautiful, and it will be an amazing amenity that will deliver. One of the things that I wanted to ask my colleagues is that we're not here to really talk about this, but I'm going to bring it up anyways. There's a pending piece of programming that I'm working on delivering for the Underline, and I asked my colleagues to engage in this conversation. It should not just be the mayor, it should be everyone moving forward. contact our exceptional partners at the University of Miami, and let's deliver on a skate park. A skate park is something that Meg and I and Les Pantin have been working on for a long time. I think it's important to have that. A lot of residents have been asking for that, especially a lot of young kids have been asking for that in our community. And I think it would be great for us as a community to urge the University of Miami, which is considering potentially partnering on this scope of work. We ask them to join us and engaging in this opportunity and delivering on that. The city of Coral Gables is putting forth $7 million, not of taxpayer money, of impact fees within 1,000 feet. I wrote that legislation. Again, this is a transformational project, and the Gene Ward sculptures are a part of programming culture that is going to be, unseen, never before seen in Miami-Dade County. And I'm looking forward to it, and I just want to thank everybody who's involved in the underline. I want to thank the staff, our staff, who's been working on it, all my fellow colleagues, all my past colleagues that have been working on the underline, and we're right there at the beginning of it. And it's been a long time coming, but you and your team deserve all the credit. You're a visionary, an incredible visionary, and your father, sorely missed. A gentleman, always a gentleman. Hard charging, but he was always a constant gentleman. So thank you. Madam Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so I just want to add to that. I mean, I think this is an amazing opportunity to not only honor your father, but the best location for this piece of artwork. And as part of the visioning and fully supportive of having the state park issue is also safe routes to get to the underlying. It's part of, the vision that I think our city needs to take, and we can also partner with the county to get more safe routes to the underlying and our high schools and our universities. So we do have a pending grant application out for design and engineering of sidewalks and bike lanes from between Bird and the underline to get people safely to the underline. And I've also asked the county to do its part by completing the sidewalks on Maynada. It's a very wide piece of asphalt and, marking where the bike lane should go to try to keep the cars out of the bike lane and the bikes out of the car lane. I think we're going to do great things. And thanks to you and all your team members who tirelessly for now, 12 years ago, been pushing this forward. It's a remarkable period of time that you've been able to get this done. 12 years, and look how far you've come. It takes a village, and we can do it. Thank you for all you've done. So I'm happy to support this. I'm happy to move it.
I'll second.
I just want to add, it's wonderful when we discuss and we support a project, but when we have a project and that brings the one that's presenting it to tears, because it connects family, it connects your life, it connects our community, it makes our support even more special. And I think your passion and what it means to you and to so many others brings life to the project. It's not a dead it's a life. It comes to life. So I just want to say thank you for your love and your passion that you displayed and you always display. It's much appreciated.
Thank you. And Meg, I must say, it's only fitting that this is 30 years from the month when the city took these art pieces. We come full circle. And your father's watching you today is proud. No doubt.
Mayor, may I just
Of course,
say one
please.
more thing? I just really want to apologize for falling apart. I didn't see it coming, and I want you to know that I respect so much each of you, and thank you for being so gracious with me, being so emotional. It's really personal to me, and it's a rare opportunity for me to share publicly how personal this is for me. I would like to add one little comment about the skate park. This is not Meg's idea, and it's actually not the mayor's idea. The community is so vocal about wanting a skate park. And no matter what we post on social media, there's always a comment back, when are we getting the skate park? And the answer is, we're working on it. So we would love to find a way to collaborate on that moving forward. I also would like to show the respect that we have for each of you. We'd like to come back and give you a more robust update on the construction of the underline, the 3 miles that are coming. So hope to be on the agenda in the future for that. And I just want to say thank you so much. But all of this is done through partnerships. It's not done with one person. I mentioned the other night, I stand on the shoulders of everyone before me and who work alongside me. I stand on your shoulders. And thank you for allowing me to do that.
Thank you, Meg. So we have a motion and a second?
Yes, sir, we do. Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you, Meg. Before we move to E2, it's time certain for 12 o'clock. It's not 12 yet. I guess we'll move to item H1.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Fernando Weiner, Government Affairs Manager for the City of Coral Gables. So I put on the agenda an item to discuss bills of interest to update you on preemptive bills. But first, I'd like to give you an update on a memo that I sent the Commission last Friday as to the special session that's going on in Tallahassee right now. So,
Thank you.
it's fine, I'll continue. It just has the wrong title on the item there. Anyway, so the Florida legislature is meeting right now for special session. And it was originally something that Governor DeSantis proclaimed on January 13th that the legislature would meet for this week. The legislature came in, they gavelled in and gavelled out because they disagreed with the way the governor wanted to conduct business. He asked them to meet to discuss immigration policy, to discuss the condominium issues that Florida's having, to discuss effects of hurricanes, and the legislature disagreed. They said it was too premature to have a conversation about all of these matters and that they could be discussed during regular session. So like I said, they adjourned on that special session and began their own to discuss implementation of federal immigration policy. So right now, what is being discussed in committees this second is the Tackling and Reforming Unlawful Migration Policy Act, which is known as the Trump Act. So what this is intended to do is to designate an immigration officer within the state of Florida that will be the Commissioner of Agriculture, Wilt Simpson, and then to put together a team, hiring several different employees and then aiding local law enforcement to support President Trump's immigration efforts throughout the United States. About $500 million worth of appropriations funds will be given to this. $100 million of those will be given to local law enforcement grant program to assist with leases for detention beds, for training programs, to help local law enforcement support federal efforts. And the big difference between this act and what Governor DeSantis was proposing was that the governor wanted to go after local law enforcement that didn't abide by what he considered to be the right approach for immigration policy. And so the legislatures got together and said, we don't want to do that. We want to support law enforcement. We don't want to come at them with the stick as opposed to the carrot. So they disagreed, like I said. Go ahead, Commissioner.
When you say come after, did that mean arrest?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So-
That there were going to be penalties.
We would be, our own law enforcement would be arrested.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So that is the status right now. I'll be meeting with the police department and the legal office soon to discuss how this will affect our city. Like I said, we're still getting committee substitutions. This bill is still being amended, so we're not sure what that result will look like, but we'll have an answer soon once the special session ends, and then we'll start working within the city to figure out what changes we need to make.
Sorry, I have another
No, go
question.
ahead.
Just looking forward, the fact that the legislature and the governor are separate sides of this argument, do you or our lobbying team see that as, I guess, not a good sign going forward for appropriations and the vetoes and everything that happens? I can only imagine if there's bad blood now, it could spill over into the regular session.
It's definitely not promising. I mean, I don't know if you remember from last year, but $950 million were cut from appropriations, and this is somewhat reactionary from the legislature. But yeah, it's not a great relationship. It is a lame duck governor. It's his last term. He's terming out, and relationships are strained. He's been on social media, somewhat attacking the legislative leaders, saying this is a weak policy. We should approach much more heavy-handedly. So it's not looking promising, that's for sure. So thankfully, I think, again, like we put our appropriations package together, it was very, very humble. We're not asking for anything significant. Hopefully, it won't sound any sirens when our projects go through. So as an individual city, hopefully we fly below the radar and our appropriations projects are not touched.
And my last question, when the governor vetoes, let's say it's not good across the board, does the legislature have the ability to vote, like in some cities, to override a veto?
Yes, they just did for last year's. I can get you specifics on what those were, but absolutely, in the next session, after they meet again, they can go back and veto the governor's, or they can override the governor's veto from the previous session.
Thank you for that.
Yes, sir. So I'll go into bills now. I want to be brief, and I'm only really going to give you topics of what sort of bills have been introduced for this coming regular session that'll begin in March. I just want to give you some guidance as to what those preemptive bills are looking like, what real property improvement bills or fire and police bills that have been proposed as of yet. And like I said, because the legislature's focused on this special session, other than referring them to committees, no real action has happened. So we'll wait until some of the subsequent commission meetings to really give you updates on those bills, but I just want to give you a brief overview of what those bills look like. Mr. Clerk, is the presentation here? Thank you, sir. Next slide.
And just so my colleagues are up to date, I will be going to Tallahassee from the 2nd to the 4th with Fernando.
So like it says here, the objective here is to provide you with a brief overview of what bills will be affecting the city if they're enacted this regular session, and very briefly, what our position on each bill is. And why does this matter? It matters because we need to make sure that we align with whatever those state mandates are, and support our decision-making for community well-being. Next slide, please. So these are the categories of bills that I'm tracking as of yet. This will likely expand a bit, but these, I say, are the core categories that we want to pay attention to. And they are preemptive bills, vehicle and vessel safety, vessel really speaking to boats, environmental protection, and real property improvements and insurance rates, and then fire and police. Next slide, please. So I'll just point out a few of these. Number one is affordable housing. And this affordable housing is not exactly like the Live Local Act that has been passed and re-amended each year. This has to do with accessory dwelling units. So think of efficiencies on properties. What this bill is proposing to do is to require municipalities to permit accessory dwelling units in single-family residential areas, and then also prohibit those local governments from increasing parking requirements in that area. And best case scenario, this doesn't go through. We don't want this as a city. This will allow for an increase in those efficiencies used. This will increase congestion in already congested cities. This will also hurt our hotel industry. You're going to have many more Airbnbs that are already operating without our authorization in the city. This is not something that we support. Now, if there's room to compromise, maybe we find some middle ground here as opposed to really fighting the Live Local Act. This is a discussion that I'm going to take to Tallahassee and obviously make clear that it's not something that we support, that we do not want. But see how we can work this so that it makes sense for our city. Is there any comment that we want to make about this? I know, Mayor, we had a discussion about this. Would you like to comment on this, sir?
No, listen, I think I've given you my comments and my opinion. In regards to where we stand as a city, we have to protect our values. We have to protect what we stand for. And I think that this is potentially a piece of legislation that could deeply affect our city character. So at the end of the day, you know, we need to speak to our senators and our state reps to make sure that they are clear and understand the importance of upholding the city's standards.
Yes, sir. Are there any other comments on that? I think this is probably one of the more controversial for this city in terms of preemptive bills. If you look at the following two, door alarms for multifamily residential properties and then residential swimming pool requirements, those two are somewhat tangentially related to this. They require that swimming pools and single-family residential properties have barriers around them to prevent, the idea is to prevent minors from slipping into the pool and drowning. Again, this is the state reaching into local governments, not even just to our level. This is them reaching into our residents' homes and saying, this is how you have to live. This is how you have to set your property up. That's not something we'll ever support. The city's not interested in the state mandating how people have to live day to day. Is it a good idea? Yes, but does it need to be so heavily handedly imposed? No, it does not. Same thing for the second one that talks about door alarms for multi-family residential units, whether we're talking about apartments or condominiums. They're requiring that there be door alarms if that door leads out to some kind of water fixture, and that could be a fountain that's deep enough for a child to get into a pool. It could be a pond. It could be a lake. It could be a river. Any kind of water body. Again, a great idea, but this isn't something that the state government should be imposing on us or our residents.
So I have one question. Could you give a little bit more color on display of flags by government entities?
Yes, sir. I'll get to that. So what that says is that a local government cannot put up a flag that says that we support an opinion on political ideology, philosophy, or something having to do with sexual orientation or it's those ideologies. And as we displayed last year for our LGBTQ community, we do support those, and it's not something that we want the state coming down and telling us that we can't support our community and what makes Coral Gables the city that it is. We have
But it's not only the LGBTQ. It's, for example, it's Autism Awareness Month.
Yes, sir.
It's other programs and groups that are important to the city, that reside in our city, that we are honored to represent. So again, while I respect the governor and our leaders at the state level, and I try to minimize my comments in regards to this approval, I think that this is a little bit heavy-handed and far-reaching into the city, where there's a lot, in my opinion, there's a lot of better things that should be addressed. That should be addressed. We should refocus our efforts on, for example, on issues like public safety, water cleanliness, the Everglades, the UDB line, transportation, taxes. Really addressing issues that are hard-hitting, that are what define us as a state, in my opinion.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I think that gets to the sentiment with these. We don't disagree with a lot of these things that I think we disagree with. But when it comes to the Safe Water Act that's listed second to last there, DEP is putting together an effort to make sure that water quality levels are maintained, that a minimum is maintained throughout the state. But then they're also asking that they be the determining factor as to when public bathing places need to be closed. And that just can't be the way business is conducted. We want a relationship where we as a local government have a say when, what we consider to be what's dangerous to our residents. We should be the authority on that. Okay. Please, next slide. Okay, so vehicle and vessel safety, the Vice Mayor during the December Commission meeting really covered these well as to what has been proposed, and no changes have been made. School buses, just to remind everybody that now what we're pushing for is that anytime there is a 15-person passenger vehicle that has, it's a bus that's carrying kids from either a public, charter, or public school, has to abide by certain regulations, and then traffic that is riding near the school bus also has to abide by that, meaning they can't pass them. They stick out the arm that says stop, they have to stop, and they can't go around. We had an incident in the city where a private school van was driving a child around, somebody didn't want to wait, and thankfully it wasn't catastrophic, but they injured that child, and that shouldn't be. Second on there is the boating safety bill that really strengthens penalties when people are driving their boats recklessly on the waterways. They're not paying attention to water markers. And then there is not an automatic renewal of someone's voter safety identification on their ID cards. Now, a safety course, there must be proof to the Fish and Wildlife Commission that you've completed some sort of safety course to have that on your ID. Next slide, please. Just other categories here, like we spoke about environmental protection. These are efforts really taken by DEP to make sure that we're doing what we can to improve our coastline. It's nature-based methods, like it says. So what do we need to do to fight against our natural disasters like hurricanes or sea rise? Whatever DEP can manage up there and show to local communities what efforts we need to make. State land management is something else that we've discussed. This has to do with making sure that state parks are thought about in a way where the land is used for the enjoyment of people that go and use those, but also with preservation weighed just as heavily. So obviously something that we support. Next slide, please. Real property improvements here. The Resilient Buildings Bill would give people would give them credits for certifications if they have, sorry, let me pull this up for 1 second. Yeah, if they have a leadership in energy and environmental design certification, they get tax credits. So we want people to build their buildings to be as sustainable and as resilient as possible. This Insurance Solutions Advisory Council bill would put together this council to figure out how to combat the insurance crisis that the state of Florida is experiencing. And I expand on this in the memo that I sent you. And as changes come, I'll update you on this. Next slide, please. And then this is last, police and fire. Really, I want to point out the last one having to do with criminal offenses, which is the bill that the vice mayor also expanded on in December, having to do with cyber stalking and going after police officers with third persons, as opposed to the law itself being very direct, that it has to be that direct person doing it and not expanding those regulations into cyberspace. Like I said, brief overview here. If there are any bills that you find that you want me to look into, please let me know. I'm tracking these twice a week as they're being submitted to both the Senate and the House, and I'll keep updating you through a regular item that I'll put on the agenda and through a very similar memo to what I've sent you last Friday. Thank you.
I just wanted to commend you and thank you for your efforts working with me on drafting some of this legislation, going to meet with our state legislators to be able to promote the support for it. I think it's paid off. I mean, the cyber stalking was something I started 2 years ago, but it didn't move along in committee enough. But we got it over the finish line. We not only have a sponsor, we have a co-sponsor. So I think we're going to finally be able to put a ribbon on that one.
Yes, ma'am.
At some point.
I'll make sure I bring it up to Senator Garcia next week when I see her.
I appreciate that. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now move back to item time certain, E2.
E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission approving the vacation of a public right-of-way pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process, Section 14-211, Abandonment and Vacations, and City Code Chapter 62, Article 8, Vacation, Abandonment, and Closure of Streets, Easements, and Alleys by Private Owners in the City, Application Process, providing for the vacation of the remaining portion of Kenmar Street, lying east of Harlano Street, Coral Gables, Florida, providing for a repeated provision severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Good afternoon, Hermes Diaz, Public Works Director. Nothing's changed since the item was brought here, the prior commission meeting. If you want to see the presentation, let me know, but it's exactly the same.
Do we have any public comment, Mr. Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Doesn't matter.
Want to say something?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Wayne Pathman with the Law Office of Pathman Law, 2 South Biscayne Boulevard, Miami, Florida. I'm not going to go through everything I went through last time, but I do want to remind all of you of one very, very important fact. You're moving to vacate the property. The vacation, Jamie, can you please, is subject to a plat, which was created in 1921. That plat has specific language in it. So if you go forward with the vacation by operation of law, the language in the plat must be followed, which means that the predecessor, in interest in this case, our client, is entitled to the property. Why? Because the language says if the use ceases to be, in this case a street, then it goes back to the original dedicator. There is no other possibility. So by operation of law, you should find that Mr. Fertini, the current owner of the property that abuts the roadway, his predecessor was the one who dedicated it to the city at the time, that he gets the property back. If anybody else has a claim, they can file it, but nobody does. Nobody has a legitimate claim to this property other than Mr. Fertini. So if you take the action that you're going to take today, which I would assume would be to vacate the property, then you must enforce the language of the plat which gave you the property to begin with. Let's assume for a moment that Mr. Fertini was not the owner of the property, but the initial party who dedicated to the city was still there and still owned the property. Would he not be entitled to his property back? Let's assume their names are Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Would Mr. and Mrs. Smith be entitled to have their property back if the city's vacating it? And the answer is yes. In any real estate, any law transaction, Florida statute, that's what it requires, that the original dedicator get their property back. The law also says that any party that has a revisionary interest, that's a predecessor in interest, is entitled to that property, which is Mr. Fertini. And this plat is the only document in all the records that shows how the property was acquired, when it was dedicated, and for what purposes it was dedicated. So if the city now is abandoning that purpose or vacating that purpose, then Mr. Fertini should get the property back. If your concern is you don't know, you're not sure, you should give him the property anyhow. If someone else has a claim, they can file it in court. But it shouldn't require a citizen of your city who has a plat that requires the property to be, in essence, given back to him as the predecessor, to now go perfect his rights and spend thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars possibly in court, when there is nobody else who has a claim. Nobody has a claim to this property but him. The plat is clear, the language is clear. It says the remainder and remainders when said streets and roads cease to be used for public highways are closed or relocated in accordance with this law. So if you're closing the street, if you're ending the vacation, you're going to vacate the property and you're ending its use, it automatically, by virtue of this plat, reverts back to Mr. Fertini. I'm only asking that you find that. If anybody has a claim, let them file it. But why should Mr. Fertini, who has that right now, have to go do that?
Because it's not under our jurisdiction.
It is. You have the plat.
We cannot make that decision. This body cannot make that decision. You're going to have to either go to mediation or go to court for that. The most we can do right now is vacate that alley.
But that's exactly the point I'm making. If you vacate, the plat requires you to give him his property back. That's what it says. It reverts. He has the only reversionary interest.
And City Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's not a decision this body can make, correct?
That's not a determination that's before you, that is within your purview. The job of the city commission right now is to determine whether the criteria for vacation of the street is met and whether the city is deciding that to make that determination to vacate. Since the city does not own the right of way in fee simple, we cannot, the city doesn't have the authority to deed it or grant it to anyone.
If I can ask a question, how did the city get the property?
City Attorney, can you answer that?
The property was dedicated to the city.
And how was it dedicated?
But the city did not get the property. The city has a possessory interest in the property. The city is not the owner of the right-of-way.
Who was the owner of the property?
So again, the commission's role here is to determine whether, the city wants to vacate this street. That's the decision that the commission is making today.
Without being argumentative, I submit to you that that's wrong. This plat is what dedicated it. If you no longer wish to have that property, it reverts back automatically by virtue of the plat. You can't have someone who didn't dedicate it, right? You have to have a dedicator. In this case, it was a predecessor in interest of the property owner where Mr. Fertini lives. If you no longer have that use, what happens to the property? You don't actually have to do anything other than say you're following the language of the plat. There's no other possibility. If you can't answer, if the city attorney can't answer my questions, then I must be right. Because the only rights that the city has is through the plat. If you're vacating, which the plat says, if you cease to use the property or vacate it, it reverts back. Who does it revert back to? The entity that dedicated it. I don't understand why the commission can't follow that. You're causing a citizen now to have to go into the courts. He doesn't even know what would he file and say, I'm perfecting my interest that I already have as an operation of law. It's really the reverse that should happen. If anyone else has a claim, they should go file it, not the person who has the right pursuant to the plat. So I'm only asking to simply follow the plat.
I think, go ahead, Mayor.
No, go ahead.
So,
We're here to follow our city attorney's advice, and I'm ready to move and vote. I believe, obviously, both parties have the opportunities to find a solution to the situation, but we follow the advice of our city attorney's office, so I'm ready to move forward following their advice.
all right, well, thank you very much.
I'll entertain a motion. We have
We have a motion.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you. Moving on to the final item on the agenda, H2.
Mr. Mayor, if I have a moment to read something. Thank you. Early today, I was appointed as city manager. Thank you for the privilege. Mayor Lago, Vice Mayor Anderson, Commissioner Castro, Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Menendez, City Attorney Suarez, City Clerk Urquía. It was immense pride and profound gratitude that I assumed the role of city manager. I am both humble and honored to embark on this charter alongside each of you, the City Beautiful. Having been part of Coral Gables team for the past 3 years, I have witnessed firsthand the dedication and professionalism that thrives with our city administration and employees. I'm especially proud to work alongside a dedicated team and pledge to continue to work in a spirit of collaboration with every member of the Commission, my colleagues, our residents, our business, to continue to foster an environment of excellence and integrity. My decades of service as an administrator in the public sector will guide us toward informed decisions that ensure financial stability and prosperity for our community. Together, we will continue to uphold Coral Gables as a world-class destination for residents, businesses, and visitors. And we celebrate 100 years of rich history. Let us also look forward with optimism to the opportunities that lie ahead. Together, we can build upon our past achievements and steer Coral Gables toward another 100 years filled with promise and potential. Thank you once again to this commission for your trust and support. I am eager to move forward, shoulder to shoulder, with each of you as we write the next chapter in the legacy of Coral Gables. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item H2.
Honorable Mayor Lago, Vice Mayor Anderson, Commissioners, Joe Gomez, Assistant City Manager. Just going to provide a brief update on the status of City Hall. So currently, regarding the structural repairs, we have the shoring set up for column 49, which is the exterior column, which is outside, and you've all seen the shoring with the fencing around it. We also have column 24, which is the column at the conference room. The assessment has been completed. Plans are currently been sent to us. We're going to be reviewing those plans within the next few days with our team, with our building department, and that will require some repairs of the base of that column. The good news is that the second floor and the mezzanine, the column looks like it's in pretty good condition. However, the base of that column is in pretty poor condition, so it's going to require interior shoring. That way we don't damage any of the external face of the building. We also have the shoring in place for the north perimeter beam on the second floor, which is the shoring that's currently in place at the city manager's office, as well as the CIP office. And that is the perimeter beam supported by the radial beams. Those plans are also been received for us to be able to review. And there's one more area that the structural consultant Wood O'Donnell Nacarado, under the leadership of Doug Wood, found, which is the west entrance, the lintel and the header on the door. There's been a separation there, so they're also recommending some structural repairs. So those are currently in place, and like I said, we'll be reviewing those plans to determine the path to move forward. Regarding the build-out of the Menorca parking garage for the commission offices, our consultant has submitted the pricing set to Thornton, the contractor, to be able to get a price to be able to do the build-out for the Phase 1, which would be the commission offices when the time comes to relocate. And then at some point, we would be looking at Phase 2 of that area, which is currently where the passport office resides once it moves. There's different options there that we'll be exploring with the city manager. I did want to mention one thing about, there was a report on concrete testing that I just wanted to clarify. The concrete testing report that was done back in April of 2022, and that was specifically isolated to the conference room on the first floor. The consultant, Arterman and Associates, did extensive testing on 2 samples of that concrete. And at the end of the conclusion of that is that that concrete in that particular area is in poor condition. It's been subject to what they call carbonation, which has accelerated the deterioration of the reinforcement. However, as part of the next phase of the work with R.J. Heisenbottle, we're going to go ahead and do additional testing throughout the building, because that was very isolated. So we want to be sure, in terms of the source of the material and all that, that this is a very specific spot. We want to be sure that we collect samples throughout the city, throughout the city hall. And then finally, we're moving forward with the negotiations with R.J. Heisenbottle and his team. Pleased to report that they've already submitted their rates. We're in the process of finalizing that, and we're going to be meeting with their team next week to actually negotiate elements of the scope of work in terms of the Phase 1 assessment and Phase 2 of the design. And we're going to move forward. We expect a notice to proceed sometime this month with R.J. Heisenbottle's team, and we'll move forward on there. That's my report. I'll be happy to address any questions.
So I just want to, through the mayor,
Yes.
thank you for putting this on. It was an item that I asked for Mr. Gomez to give us a summary of. I'm going to ask you when you get to the next stage with more testing, et cetera, that we get an update. And also wanted to thank you for meeting with me. And I think it was 5 engineers that we met with to reevaluate the type of shoring that was going to be put on the west wall, because it really wasn't necessary to penetrate the wall until we really looked underneath the skin on the interior of the conference room to see the condition of that column. And I appreciate your thoroughness in that. And we came up with a solution that wasn't going to require the damage and penetration of the building and causing even additional work and water intrusion in the future. So I'm glad we're moving forward. I think the next phase will be additional testing, correct me if I'm wrong,
Correct.
of the concrete throughout the building.
Yes, ma'am.
And of course, the negotiations with R.J. Heisenbottle on moving forward with the restoration work. So thank you again. Looking forward to your next report.
Thank you, ma'am.
My liaisons are still in the building. I want to make sure that it is a safe environment for them. Is there the air quality exam you were?
We did issue a purchase order, and I believe that is Arterman Associates, I believe, was contracted, or PSI, one of the 2 firms, to do the air quality testing. I'll be able to provide you an update at the next commission meeting.
Thank you.
When you mentioned the lintel over the west entrance, that's the entrance everybody uses to access the building, correct?
The west entrance,
That's the one facing the 427 building.
yes.
So the issue that we have is basically the doorway everybody uses to access the building.
It requires structural repairs that they've identified at this point. But again, they're coming up with the repair plans. Once we know the extent of what we need to do, we can do those very quickly.
Can we stop using that entrance to the building and maybe shift folks back to the south entrance that used to be allowed to access the building, closer to the entrance to the former manager's office and the clerk's office?
Let me just clarify, and Doug, thank you for that clarification. It's the door facing 408, not the
So the
420.
south door?
Yes,
Okay,
sorry.
which has been closed off.
Not south, north.
To the north, the one
The
facing.
north, which is the
408.
employee entrance. So,
No, nobody uses that door.
okay, right, but that historically was the employee entrance.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Which has had, I mean, there's spalling there, and that
Yes.
area is in really poor
Yeah.
shape. That's close to my office. And that staircase is quite precarious.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anything else for the good of the order? All right, Madam Vice Mayor.
We have a lot of centennial activities coming up, that's for sure. I know the Garden Club has one. We all received an invitation for that. I don't recall the date off the top of my head. I think it was February 23rd. That's going to be at the Merrick House. Look forward to seeing all of you there. And the next bike walk tour will be special as well. Mary, do you recall the date on that one? No? Okay. All right, that's it.
I'm good.
No,
What
no,
else?
just asked if you remembered the next bike walk tour, because you were gonna.
No, I do not, but the last one was amazing. It was a
Yeah,
great
but
turnout.
we'll send out some
And it
notices
was,
in a while. And let me just
a lot of
remind
people
you,
came out and they were very, very, very ecstatic.
one last PSA is for folks to request your vote by mail ballot, because they all were purged from the system. So I'll ask staff to include that in the e-news, so more residents will be aware of that.
So hopefully next commission meeting will have some news or resolution on the resident parking rate, which I'm very excited for, and see you guys next commission meeting.
Commissioner Menendez.
I don't know if the clerk has the image ready? Okay. So in this movie series at the Art Cinema, we're showing for bringing it back, Casablanca, with Humphrey Bogart and Ingrid Bergman. It's going to be Saturday, February 8th at 1:30, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, 1:30 p.m. Tickets are available on the city's website, playgables.com. Should be, again, another packed house, but it's an exceptional classic movie that folks are welcome to join us.
Just a reminder, farmer's market season, seen some great turnout, some great weather the last couple of weeks. Hope people continue to come out. Mr. Clerk, what I wanted to ask your office is if you could maybe put out information in the e-news clarifying locations of yard signs. I know some folks have been visited by code enforcement regarding the placement of yard signs. Just circulate the information. And if you could also circulate the information to the campaigns. I know I have personally received complaints from people because campaign signs have been placed in their lawn that they did not request. So just put out the information to the campaign so that they're aware of what the policy is, that it must be re-requested. They can't go out and put yard signs in locations that requested them in the past, just to make sure that it's the current resident, the resident actually wants to support that candidate this election. So just put that information out there.
So we don't do that part of it, but every single one of the candidates has received the city's policy as far as yard
Okay.
signs goes, and I have personally spoken to each candidate and reminded them.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right, well, I have a few things I'd like to go over.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Of course.
I would like Chief Hudak to give you an update on the situation this morning.
Commissioners, just an update on the text message that I sent you all as the group this morning. But we received a call this morning and our officers responded to, again, the south end of our city, where two vans and apparently an ongoing illegal smuggling operation were stopped by our officers. At this time, we detained 26 Chinese nationals, a Cuban individual, and a Puerto Rican individual. Both cases, again, seem to stem from an ongoing investigation that we're working with FDLE, HSI, Border Patrol. There has been some national attention to this again. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, we will be jointly discussing some questions from the media individuals as well as people in Tallahassee as Fernando talked about earlier, there are several bills, legislative bills that affect us here in Florida, law enforcement-wise. Again, can't say enough about our officers. Within seconds of getting a call, we're able to observe it, the individuals, and being able to stop 2 different places. As of right now, Lejeune Road or Old Cutler is open again, and we will continue to work on this ongoing problem of apparent illegal smuggling operations that are coming in through the southern side of our city. So,
When we were deciding on our appropriations, this was, one of those appropriations was a request for more resources for your department. I think it had something to do with this. Are we reconsidering our appropriations, given the fact that this is happening?
yes, so as my role for the Florida Police Chiefs Association as the legislative chair, Fernando and I have been kind of mirroring it in Tallahassee. We are, at first analysis of the bills that have come out yesterday. We're in support of that. When I say we, I mean in the Florida Police Chiefs. There are some concerns about what kind of a draw it would put down on our resources of the mandating it. And obviously, we had some concerns as an association about holding chiefs and elected people accountable for not participating in this the way it was written. So there is an appropriation amount. That's what Fernando was talking about. We would obviously look at, there is an impact on our operations here. In the second time in as many weeks, it takes a great deal of resources. And then, the potential violence that occurs with this is an issue as well, as we've seen it kind of become increasingly desperate when we start to shut off these trafficking lanes.
So would this, Fernando, would this be a 4th request? I'm asking because I'm going to be heading up to Tallahassee in a couple days.
So the bill that Chief is referring to is having to do with the special session bill, and like I said, there's going to be $500 million of appropriations in that bill, $100 million being dedicated to a grant program for local law enforcement to abide by federal regulations. And what Chief and I have spoken about is potentially asking for funding for a high water vehicle or something of the sort to help patrol the coastline and help enforce these immigration policies.
Thank you.
Chief, anything else?
No, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief.
So I'm going to give my comments. I have a few items that I'd like to address today. Mr. Diaz, one of the items that we were talking about was, and I had it written down, but I didn't check my notes, was the temporary speed humps, correct? Since we, as a
Correct.
commission, excuse me, go ahead.
Is that correct?
Okay, no, I apologize. Since we're moving forward with additional purchasing of these speed humps, I met with the residents. I did a walkthrough last week of the Flagler section, Zuri Pardo's residents and neighbors. And, I think that area, we've been talking about it for some time, has a lot of cut-through traffic. People are speeding. It's a straight shot. It's one of the areas that I think is a big concern. Could you do me a favor through the manager's office? Would you see if we can potentially, if my colleagues agree, give this an area a little bit of priority? There isn't really any traffic calming in that neighborhood that I've seen, and I've driven it pretty extensively. I just recently walked all those homes, and I haven't seen any traffic calming there. And you have different areas, like, for example, A Street, you have 37th Avenue, and there's always people cutting through there. So it would be a great area. If we have temporary speed tables available, maybe that area could be considered for an option.
Absolutely. We do have some data from that area, which Melissa's team is reviewing it to double check which sections will qualify for traffic calming. And for those places that they will qualify, we will definitely be happy to prioritize that area for the temporary speed
If
table.
you could please speak through the manager on that issue, I think it would be important. Moving on, Mr. Clerk, would you mind presenting? I put forth a memo that I was working on with my team over the last 2 months, and it was a memo that was sent to my colleagues on the commission detailing, as we celebrate our centennial that's forthcoming, we've been working on trying to make it as good as possible, put our best foot forward. We have obviously La Feria Sevilla, which my office worked on for 2 years, and it's happening now in March, so make sure people go out there and get their tickets. But we're trying to take it to the next level. So one of our sister cities, Aix-en-Provence, we reached out to them, and they would be more than interested in engaging with us here as we prepare for the centennial. So they sent us a letter, and then we also invited the Spanish royalty, the King and Queen of Spain, and we've been going back and forth in regards to letters, and there seems to be an appetite to join us for our centennial. They haven't clearly defined the dates, but they've been invited and they've responded. When we go to the letters, I wanted to put this on the record because I think it's important, and I want to give Carelia Carbonell a lot of credit. If I mentioned her here in the memo, we've been working hand in hand with her, with my office, and this is from the King and Queen of Spain to our office here in the city, talking a little bit about the opportunity to join us for the centennial, and that they're going to try to coordinate schedules to see if they could be here, or potentially send somebody, an envoy on their behalf. But the goal is to get them here, And then you have, if you keep going, then they sent us one in English also. You'll see the letter from Aix-en-Provence that's here, that I think is another good opportunity, again, to just heighten awareness, make the event even more special, and potentially deliver on a centennial that will be memorable in all fronts. So if anybody has any ideas in the community that they want to help out, my office, you can please reach out to me by email, by phone. We're more than willing to listen. If you have any ideas, please feel free to get in contact with us, and we'd love to meet with you. We're available if you just want to walk in and talk about your ideas on Fridays, open office hours starting at 2, and this past week we were there till about 7:30. We had so many people at the office. Another issue that I'd like to talk about, today's a very special day. As a Cuban American, today, January 28th, marks the birth anniversary of Cuba's greatest patriot and a global symbol of freedom and human dignity and human rights, José Martí. Martí's writings, speeches, and tireless advocacy for Cuban independence have transcended generations, inspiring not only the people of Cuba, but freedom-loving individuals around the world. Here in Coral Gables, a city deeply intertwined with Cuban American experience, Martí's legacy resonates strongly. His ideals of liberty, justice, and the power of education hold special meaning for many families, like my own and those of so many here, who fled oppression in search of a better life and have enriched this community with their resilience and contributions. In Coral Gables, we're fortunate to have a bust of José Martí. If you haven't had a chance to visit it, it's a beautiful bust. I've gone there many times, especially when we convene organizations like Cuba Decide, Cuba Democracia. We come together there and we have great events to celebrate Cuban independence, to urge for human rights, democracy. José Martí stands as a testament to his enduring legacy. It was a reminder of the shared values and sacrifices that unite us as a community. To honor Martí's memory in a more tangible way and to ensure future generations understand the profound significance of his life, I propose that the City of Coral Gables institute an annual tradition of laying a wreath at Martí's bust on January 28th. This simple gesture, though simple, would symbolize our respect for Martí's ideals and our community's deep connection to the fight for liberty and justice. It would also provide an opportunity to educate and remind us all of the enduring power of Martí's vision. Let us join together in recognizing José Martí not only as just a Cuba's national hero, but as a universal champion of freedom and equality. By laying a wreath each year, Coral Gables can reaffirm its commitment to these timeless principles and honor the contributions of our Cuban American community, which has been integral to the fabric of our city. So I would love to make a motion, if my colleagues will support me, that every year we lay a simple wreath at the bust of José Martí, which is here in the city, to come together, because it's not only about Cuban ideals, it's about Latin American ideals. When I'm out there and we've had issues where we've had groups that believe a little differently than I do in regards to going to Cuba, having a dialogue with a communist regime that oppresses people, especially people who are the minority, we've been supported by Venezuelans, Guatemalans, Chileans, Argentinians, Nicaraguans. They have all come out and see this bust as an opportunity to show support for not only for Cuba, but for democracy, human rights, and equality. So I'd like to make a motion to every single year on the 28th of January to put a beautiful wreath on that bust in remembrance of José Martí and democracy.
I'll second it.
think it's a great idea, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Clerk?
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. With that, I don't have anything else. Meeting adjourned. I just hope that we can address the issue of the flagler section. That's important. I would like to have it on the next agenda if possible, so we can make sure that we deliver for those residents that all of us have been contacted in regards to the importance of traffic calming on that straightaway in between 37th Avenue and obviously 8th Street. Yes, sir.
Commissioner, or Mayor, excuse me, on that note, we are, and this is part of the bigger traffic enforcement plan for the city, as this body will consider, once we have the procurement side done, on the traffic speed cameras for certain school zone areas, we're going to be able to redeploy those resources into some of the areas that you all have brought up, along with the enforcement side of circles, speeding. So it should move it. I mean, we'll still enforce the speed zone areas around schools, but it'll kind of free up some of our personnel, the motorcycle officers, to be in those areas on regular CrossFit times.
I bring it up because I've been in conversations, I've had multiple meetings with those residents, and just when I was there this past weekend, there's probably about 15 people in the meeting. You could see the cars speeding by, pretty high speed. Obviously, I don't have a speed reader, so I'm biased in the sense of they look faster than maybe they're going. But all the residents are complaining. They've been complaining for multiple years, and it's a good opportunity, since we're buying more of these temporary ones, to potentially see the impacts, see the positive impacts. Because at the end of the day, we're not trying to divert traffic, but we're just trying to slow people down. That's what they want. They just want something, they just want simple traffic calming, just to elevate the quality of life in the neighborhood, which is already heavily impacted. And there's a proposed new development that's forthcoming that hasn't been approved, but that at the end of the day, it's gonna have an impact on the neighborhood, okay?
I know
And
my
those- and
guys
those
are out
Those
there.
are single-family homes facing ponds, so.
I tested our traffic officers yesterday, and Officer Cheeseman, I
fail.
think you all met when he got sworn in. He did his second traffic stop yesterday. Problem for him, it was me. So
There you go. There you go.
he's the only cop that doesn't know what my license number is. So I have to admit, I intentionally kind of rolled through the stop sign.
Good job.
So he did well. But
Good
yes,
job.
he did. So, no, I didn't get a ticket.
Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.
You were just testing him, right?
I was testing him.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.